And to be in line with that, Indian government has started for implementation of NEP 2022 as a visionary thought. The NEP 2022 represents bold and visionary step towards reshaping the future of education in whole India. It aims to bring about comprehensive transformation in the way we approach education from early childhood to higher education and beyond. This policy has been formulated with a deep understanding of changing global dynamics and the need of 21st century, which is a prime and mandatory requirement of this era. The National Education Policy 2022 is again very crucial and meticulously decided framework introduced by the Government of India to guide the development of education in the country for the next few decades. And most important, we all are fortunate enough to be a part of this education revolution in our nation. The NEP 2022 mainly emphasizes on first, focus on holistic development, second, multidisciplinary approach, third, early childhood care and education, promotion of research and innovation, environmental awareness and sustainability, along with focus on the research and innovation in the education. To be in line with, we are here in this conclave. Moving further, our today's session theme is research, innovation and entrepreneurship, in which we have a various renowned speakers with us. So, the main session will be chaired by Dr. Pratik Sharma sir, DC, DT2. We are very fortunate enough that we have a vibrant personality like Dr. Pratik Sharma sir. So, simply, if I am showing the introduction, then it will be very small thing, but still I am saying that Dr. Sharma is a Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University. He pursued his PhD degree in Environmental Engineering from Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Dr. Sharma has more than 28 years of research experience along with the teaching in depth. His general research interests focus on environmental system modeling, statistical application in environment and water resource engineering. He has contributed to several high-impact academic journals and authored 2 books in an era of vehicular pollution modeling and stochastic modeling and related field. Dr. Sharma is a member of several professional societies. He has been admitted as a fellow of Essex Institute of Great Britain in 2004. Again, moving further, he is also fellow of Institute of Engineers in India. He is a member of National Knowledge Network constituted by the Central Pollution Control Board to support the activities of the National Clean Air Program. It's our very great pleasure that sir is with us. Welcome sir on behalf of GTU. Now moving further, sir will be the session chair for the next few time, and I would like to invite Dr. KU sir that they should start with the presentation. It was pending of the yesterday's session as well as today's session on the holistic education and multidisciplinary environment. KU sir.
Good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Ledger for giving me this opportunity to be part of this such a workshop, I would say, which is debating and deliberating on various aspects related to implementation of NEP in different verticals. And in fact, it's what the first meeting that we had at AICT, what was felt was it's required that these things should be done across the length and breadth of the country in order to spread the message also, plus at the same time get to know from different geographical areas what exactly is being done, what the best practice is being followed as far as the implementation of NEP is concerned. So that way, this is very timely, and I would compliment Professor Ledger for conceiving the whole concept and this workshop and inviting all academic leaders to share their experiences. In fact, this vertical of research, innovation and entrepreneurship happens to be the most important one I'll just take 2 minutes to, because if we compare the technical education with medical education, what one observes is clearly that the doctors straight away from the second year onwards directly are dealing with the patients for the stakeholders. So there is a motivation straight away to remain in the discipline itself. So if they continue in the discipline, and most of the, if you just see the statistical data, 95% of the candidates who enter the medical fraternity continue to remain throughout their life in the discipline of their choice in which they have entered. But when we observe typically engineering profession, we enter the profession because we are good in physics, chemistry and mathematics, so the typical herd mentality is there. Okay, computer science, okay, everybody goes for computer science, but in the third year one realizes everybody is opting for IIMs, and the entire computer science or software engineering goes to a 6. So, and then gradually, and obviously people from Hindi world go for the civil services examination. Only a handful of people remain to continue in the discipline in which they have been trained. Therefore, it is very important, and especially, there was an article recently by Professor Rao from that country needs the conventional engineering domain specialists, especially civil, electrical, mechanical, electronics. This is what the country needs, and there is a general trend that people are going away from. And the best way to mainstream these students who actually especially join good institutions to harness their raw talent in encouraging them towards entrepreneurship, innovation, so that they actually realize that their own discipline in which they are training, they get to know exactly what the potential exists the moment they start innovating in that particular discipline. So, and when we do well, especially in the context of innovation, entrepreneurship, research activities and startups, obviously if the innovation is correct and the ideas are correct, it brings the necessary money also, which the candidates are looking for, the management options and all. And you are contributing not even towards the field and the profession, but also you are contributing towards the society. And so therefore it becomes very important, and this is a very, very important component as far as the NEP part and NEP is concerned, and how we are bringing in our government academic curriculum aspects related to education. In fact, in one of the panels I was industry micro credentials, which will help the students to remain motivated and inspired to continue the discipline of their choice at times, or at times by default in which they enter into. So in that context, this happens to be a very interesting session, and we have very good speakers, and 5 speakers are there, so for 10 minutes each. So the request would be that after 8 minutes, I'll just raise the signal so that they can wind up in the next 2 minutes. So thank you so much, ma'am, and I hope this session will take away some good practices from all the institutions. Thank you so much.
So, good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, all the respected Honorable Vice Chancellors from the different universities, our Board of Governor members, and very senior academicians across the nation. So, with permission of Honorable Chairman of the session, I would like to present the initiatives on NEP, little bit brief about the NEP initiatives from Gujarat Technological University. So, though the theme is the research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, but because yesterday the session went a little bit long, and the skills part, so shifted that particular presentation today morning. So I'll cover both of the session in the same presentation. Like I will start with the skills and employability, and then move on to the particular theme of growth. So as far as GTU is concerned, so I'm not going to brief about the university because we are the host. But as far as the theme is concerned, so let me start with the first, the skill development and employability. So the main context is Gujarat being a very industrialized state, and having a very high-end industrial growth, corporate growth, and specifically leading, many technological fronts. And contributing sometime even like more than the national average of GDP in some sectors. So being the largest technological university of the state, it becomes our responsibility to enhance and to ensure that the workforce, either it may be the diploma graduates, the degree engineers, the management professionals, the pharmacy professionals, whosoever are graduating from the university, they must carry the required skill set, which would be either make them employable in this emerging area of technologies, as well as either they can be entrepreneur themselves and create the new job in the technological fields. And GTU, when we say we are only the university having the statewide jurisdiction. So just for giving you a simple one is very simple understanding, because when we talk about number of universities in the state, out of 100% graduates who are who will be getting the degree either of engineering programs or management programs or pharmacy program, GTU carry almost 70% of the stake in the Gujarat as a state. So we have developed multi-facet models when we talk about the skills and employability initiatives. I'll just briefly go through a few of the unique initiatives. So yesterday we all know under the very visionary leadership of Vice Chancellor, we have launched a very new platform called GTU Skills. So we are honored that the platform was launched in August present of the Honorable Chairman of the SCTE and distinguished dignitaries. So the GTU Skills, yes, at the university we have multifaceted interventions in the skills and employability domain, and we have the very long-term history as far as industry progressions. But looking at the very fast-paced industrial growth and making university in line with that particular fast-track gradations, Honorable Vice Chancellor envisioned to have a very, we can say, very dynamic and central platform which ultimately integrate all the possible areas as far as skill and employability. So the GTU Skills will envision as a hub for skills program in emerging areas. Either it would be the GTU students or their own students, either it would be the students of any other universities and the institutions of the state as well as nation, and even the working professionals. So this is not only for the GTU students, but this platform will create holistic, integrative or interactive mechanism which enables the academia, industry, and all stakeholders to come and to take the benefits. So we'll basically if you see what are the key unique features. So the GTU Skills will offer the unique and diverse program portfolios, starting with the very non-credit programs, micro-credentials, to the credit level integrations with the industry partnerships. The pedagogy will be definitely very innovative, where we will ensure we are creating the models which will be the project-based learning, experiential learning. We'll have the gamification, we'll have the simulation. So all tech related pedagogy integration this platform will ensure. Obviously, when we talk about the skills, so yesterday also in most of the speech and the addresses of the dignitaries, the main point is when we talk about NEP. So the NEP have the core component as a flexibility. So it will be basically lifelong learning, and itself if you just carefully notice the name itself. So the name of this particular center is based on the first Industry Minister Honorable Syama Prasad Mukherjee ji. So it is a Syama Prasad Mukherjee Kendra for Industry and Lifelong Learning Skills. So that lifelong learning is very important component what we have integrated. Generally, it would be a unique feature when any university talks about providing the skills to the entire stakeholders. And yes, it will be having very much cohesive industry partnerships. So all the programs, either it would be a very single credit program of maybe a 3 hours program to a very high end, 500, 600 hours, internship, or even the degree program. Every program will have the exclusive and the very cohesive industry component inside. So this is going to be, I think, a game changer in the platform of technical education instead of Gujarat, and even maybe this model can be, we can say, replicated across the nation, what we are envisioning. Now, going through some, already implemented models that can be, like, I think, learning, we can say, opportunity for many of the institutions across India. So, when we talk about industry, academia, and integrations or the, collaborations, so, up to what level we can do it, right? Or, like, how comprehensively we can do it. So, these are, few of the examples of that. So, Toyota, like, in Gujarat, there is a very, big cluster of Japanese industries near North Gujarat, the region called Gujarati. So, Toyota is having, a facility there. And obviously, like, when some industry is setting up the setup here in any particular state, so they always, require the local manpower. So, Toyota has started identifying, the 10th pass, students to, take them as the, employees like interns and the executives in that, company. But yes, because they were the 10th pass students, so obviously the skills requirement was one of the major challenges. So Toyota and GPU collaborated, like, we have, handshake, and then we have developed a very, unique 3 years full, skill-based program, which is a 70-30 model, 70% on-job and practical, hands-on training, and 30% would be theory. They have created a very beautiful, skill and training facility inside, that manufacturing facility. Our academic, leaders have, curated the curriculum, and now they are offering the 3 years full diploma to the students who are, we can say, identified from the nearby areas. And this model is going so much, well, that not only Toyota, but even the nearby companies, Japanese companies are also getting, a lot much benefit out of this. And this is the learn and earn model. So they do not charge anything, it is under the CSR of the company, so they do not charge anything out of this. In fact, students will get the stipend, and other, benefits while they will be, learning this particular thing. And benefit to the student is, like, once they, have the certification, they can also progress to the D2D or diploma to degree, levels or any other pathways through this particular mechanism. Similarly, there is a very big foundry, and most of, like, they are, like, actually the exporters in, some, very unique products. They are, and some products they are the market leader called AI engineering. So again, they were having the similar kind of need. Looking at the industry's, characteristics, they could not, create a training setup inside the university, the facility. So we have collaborated with them. We have our constituent college here, Mahasana called GPAD. So we have allocated an entire, space of the workshop. The company itself invested, more than 3.5 CR to set up a mini plant there. And now we are going to train the diploma and degree graduate students, and they will be, going ahead. So these are, like, the industry collaborations that I think to hopefully. Few of the industry collaborations with the leading industry partners. Thanks to AICT, we already have the minor honor, structure. But the uniqueness in GTU is, like, we have added the industry component. So now centrally we are offering the industry-led minor honors, where the industry, curate the entire program, and centrally we offer through the GTU's department entirely to the GTU, students mass. Like, as far as courses in AI and deep tech, we have the multiple integrations with very leading industry partners like, NASCOM, AWS, IBM, and even collaborating with the government of Gujarat department called DST. We are also collaborating with the Intel. So yes, whenever, like, there is the structures available, we have integrated all the industries. Even, like, simply when we have the full semester industry. So yes, as a parent body, AICT creates, the structure and the framework, but how to leverage and how to enhance the quality, that is our responsibility. So we have integrated even the industry, intensive. We have integrated, like, from the university side. Centrally, we integrate all the leading industry to offer the qualitative internship with the collaborations of, even some government funding schemes, whenever it is possible. Few of center of excellences are already established, which ultimately ensure the skill development in the respective areas. And as far as yes, this is an important point, and then I think conclude, sir. Being state as a Gujarat, Gujarat is becoming a hub for semiconductor technology now, as we know. So looking at the need of the future workforce in semiconductor domain, we are already, it is still in a very initial phase from the industry setup side, but looking at the future need, we have already integrated, multiple models in the university ecosystem, which ensure the skills development for both of the stakeholder group, that is faculty as well as students. So multiple FDPs, multiple collaborations with the companies like Kens, Micron we are doing. We are also going to offer the very specialized elective, curated by Micron and by the Micron experts, and also creating some facilities for the simulation and other training as far as this. And yes, the second hub is like FinTech, because GIFT City is very nearby us. And many global companies are, we can say, establishing their operations in GIFT City. So again, it will be a very future, we can say, futuristic, project for government of Gujarat and even the central government. So we are integrating with the GIFT City, bodies. We are also a member of the working group of, IFSC, where jointly we are, we can say, analyzing and creating the strategies for the future requirement as far as skills and workforce are concerned. So this is all from my end. I think there are some more points, but I think due to the time limitation, I will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I believe this was a carry forward for yesterday's related to skill. Now we can take questions later on after the webinar.
हमारे यहाँ कल जो डिस्कशन हो रहा था कि सभी विश्वविद्यालयों को ये जवाबदारी सौंपी गई है कि एजुकेशन में रिवॉल्यूशन कैसे करा जाए, और उसकी मेन रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी विल बी गिवन टू द ऑल टेक्नोलॉजिकल यूनिवर्सिटी. So as a part of that, moving the session forward, now I would like to invite Dr. Gurumurthy sir. Sir is heading as a directorship in IISc Bangalore. Sir has completed his BTech from IIT Madras, MTech and PhD from the Carnegie Mellon University. Sir is associated with very deep academic and administrative responsibility at the renowned institute. Area of research for the sir is like computer-aided design, production design, digital manufacturing and computational methodology. So I would like to invite you, sir, to have a good insight on our topic of research.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Gujarat and Major and GTU. It's my pleasure to talk a little bit about what we do in the Institute of Science. I'm calling it innovation and entrepreneurship, but I'm going to start a little bit with research. So the next slide, please. So this distinction I thought is very important because the block on the left is our day job. We are here to create knowledge and invent things. Innovation is distinct from invention, that somebody makes money off the invention, and that's when it becomes an innovation. And while it is not academia's responsibility in any way, to make sure that that happens, but the situation in our country demands that academia also take a little bit of this responsibility, because industry is still not, to put it bluntly, mature enough to make the transition on their own. And so that's the dilemma that we face, that we have to do something that is not our data. Next slide, please. So if you look at research, right, I said invention comes from research, and there are three kinds broadly that we can think of. The first is as I said, basic research, where we solve a problem because it is of interest to us, and possibly because we can raise funding for it. Right? But it is not driven by any other answer. And that's what universities are primarily meant to do. The one in the middle is something that I guess we are going to be asked to do more of, which is applied research, where somebody else comes with the problem, and we are tasked with finding a solution to that. And the reason I put that will become obvious a little while later in the later slides. The last one is something that is catching everybody's attention now, which is to sort of take control of the outcome of that basic research and translate it into the marketplace. And so let's see what the issues are with each of these. So this is something that all of you are familiar with. I just put that down to show the gap, of where academics would like to leave the problem and move on to something more interesting, which is the blue line at the bottom, TRL4, meaning that it has been shown to work in the lab, and so hopefully somebody else will take it over. Unfortunately, industry, wants to take it from TRL6 or 7 and not before that. So the next slide. So that brings us to this, very, I should say, popular term called the value of death. And, how shall we cross this barrier? World over, there are many ways they do that, but industry does play a very large role. In India, we still have to get there. And so, I guess the expectation from the government is that the academia, the people responsible for the invention, also play their role in pushing this idea or this invention across the country. Next slide. And so that brings us to this notion of the scientist as the entrepreneur. Right? And it is not a very foreign term, because if you look at what each side does, right, at the end of the day, they solve problems. Right? The objective of the problem is different. Knowledge creation on one side, wealth creation on the other. But if we sort of, change our mindset to embrace that, the basic ability of taking risks and solving problems, right, is common to both, and therefore this is not something that we as academics or scientists should shy away from. Next slide, please. And so we come back to our founder, Jayant Tata, and he had two parts of his vision when he founded the Indian Institute of Science. The first was, of course, to do original investigations. So research is something that he emphasized right then, and it's taken rather seriously in the institute. Right? But the second part of his vision was also equally important, that this should be done in areas that are of relevance to the world, immediate world around us, and it should contribute to the material and industrial welfare of the country. Right? And so it is in response to this vision that the entity that I represent here, incidentally, between director and Institute of Science, there is this Foundation for Science Innovation and Development against my name. So please remember that I am not the director of the Institute of Science. Right? So it's a Section 8 company, which means not for profit, but the institute is a voting member, and of course we have all the registrations that we need to act as a research organization. And this was established basically to address the second part of the vision of our founder. Next slide, please. And so we operate, no, the previous one, the next, so we operate in about 4 buckets or 4 divisions. Right? And the ones in red are the ones that I'm going to talk about till such time that he bangs the gavel here. So the first one, Core Labs, is the one that addresses this problem of the middle type of research, which is the applied research. That companies come to us with their problems, and we find faculty who are interested in solving that problem, and sort of it matches some of their areas of interest. We put them together and research happens. Right? And the bottom one on the right, SEED, is our endeavor to look at how to intervene with science and technology in areas that are otherwise not attended to, by science and technology, namely the weaker sections of the country and the society. Right? Agriculture, rural, these are areas that come to mind. Stem cell is our incubator, and that addresses this problem of taking science out of the lab into the marketplace by the inventor themselves. And Time Square is a sort of a bow to the fact that the SME sector also needs help from academia, and that's our endeavor to do that. I'll talk a little bit more later about this. Next slide. So stem cell, our main sort of mandate there is to look at identifying, nurturing companies or startups which are based on deep science, meaning the offering is based on science, not that they use science and technology to do something else, right? And this is, something that we do in a very agnostic way on two fronts. One, topic, right? This can be in any topic that we find interesting, essentially addressing some of the SDGs that grapple us as a world. And the second thing that we are agnostic to is the origin of the founder. Right? We don't care where the founder comes from. They don't have to be from the Institute of Science. In fact, of the 114 companies that we have today, close to 45% of the companies have founders that had no connection with IISc before they came to found their companies. What has been happening the last few years is that the government has shown a lot of interest in attacking specific areas through startups. Right? And so we call them thematic incubators, and we have several of them running. Again, primarily because somebody is willing to put some support for that. Right? So there is one in geriatric healthcare, the nanoscience nano devices, which both of these are funded by grants from the government of Karnataka. And the gallium nitride incubator that we have is the latest addition that comes from funding from MIT. And the intent here is to look at a new family of semiconductors, right, to address problems in RF and power electronics. Right. There will be a slide on the next item, the cohort-based incubation. So I'll talk about that later. And the EIR program. This is something that we feel very deeply about, the Entrepreneur in Residence program. So I'll talk about that next. Please. So one of the things that we are seeing, and I'm sure that all of you will also probably encounter that sooner or later if you already have not encountered. This is the interest from the corporate sector of the country to get engaged in academic institutions to run programs along the lines of startups. Partly it could be because they want to look good with the government of India, but we take that anyways. But partly because they do see it as a source of two things. One, talent, but more importantly, ideas that might be relevant to them, further down the road. Right? They see it as a funnel. And so, this is something that I think, universities should be ready to tap into, which is the interest from corporates to partner with academic incubators to, launch what I might call thematically coherent but short duration, incubation. So now the companies are there which contribute both through CSR as well as other funding for running these incubation programs. Next please. This, as I said, is something that is of interest to us, which is to basically, divert the PhD cadre that we create from the traditional postdoc, job in academia kind of thinking to sort of encourage them to consider entrepreneurship as an option. Right? So this basically provides some funding over a period of say 9 to 12 months, where they get some fellowship for their sustenance and they get some contingency grant for taking their idea, either up the readiness level of technology or the business understanding. Right? And the expectation is that at the end of that period, if they are convinced that this is an idea worth pursuing and they can convince us that it is an idea worth pursuing, then they move into the other program. Right now, we've been running it mostly on our own funds. 2 years ago, we got some money from MIT to do this, but we do want to grow this, right? Because of the tremendous success that we are seeing, right? We supported about 13 EIRs, in the last 3 years, and of which you will see that more than 50% have converted to startups. And so I believe that for deep tech incubation, this is a very good way to bring a funnel in. Next slide, please. Quickly switching gears to the other thing that I wanted to leave you with, which is our activity with the small and medium enterprise. So Times Square, the expansion is there. The 2 on the top, is mathematically, the idea is that an order of magnitude improvement. And in English, square is a place to meet, right? Academia and the small and medium sector. And the aspiration here was that while the number of SMEs in the country is the same as it is in Germany, Mittelstand, or in Korea, right? The contribution to GDP from our SMEs is about half what they do in Germany or Korea, on a percentage of GDP basis, right? And we believe that the fix to that lies in incubating technology in these companies. And so I'm just going to talk about 2 or 3 ways that we do this, 2 ways that we do this. Next slide, please. So this is, we call this the new product development experience. And the idea is that we have a sequence of 2 courses in the institute, one on new product development and one on integrated product development, and a summer in between. And the idea is that the students sort of start with a problem statement from the SME, which again is done jointly with us. Right? In the first course, come up with an abstract prototype and a concept at the end of the January to April term. Then they go do an internship in the company for 3 months in the summer, where they build a prototype around that idea. And they bring their prototype back for the next semester course, where they do a formal design exercise, so that at the end of the December term, that is August to December term, they have a working prototype, CAD models, drawings, simulation, all the works. So that January they can hand over the whole package to the company and they will run with that. Right? So 2 things here. One, they may get a product, they may not get a product, but the company will be involved right through these 2 courses and the internship, so they will have this experience of going from a clean slate design, right, all the way to a working prototype. So that's the expectation. Next slide, please. So this is just, okay, I'll be done. This is an example, maybe beginner's luck, but in the first 2 cohorts, there were about 10 companies and 10 products, and probably 4 of them have managed to continue their journey into the marketplace. This one was a company that was doing white label good manufacturing for ABB and Schneider, right, building solid state relays. And our students came up with this idea of a smart controller, right, which now they have started a separate division to provide solutions for polyhouse controllers, industrial coating controllers, etc. Next slide. The other way that we want to intervene with the SMEs is this idea of the product accelerator. And the idea here again is the same thing, that we hold hands with this SME to go from a concept, right, to a working prototype that is ready for pilot testing, right, in a period of 25 months. Right? And the expectation here is that they put in some funds, we put in some funds, and I will show you the effort that is required to run this. Next slide, please. So the first one that we are running right now is in this high-speed rotating machinery space, where there are, 8 products and 8 companies, 7 companies, one has 2 products, right? And all of these are currently not made in the country, are imported, right? And 2 of these are not even, there in the world market yet, and hopefully they will be first of a kind, right? And so the intent here is again the same thing, that companies get used to taking technology, right, clean slate product development, come up with something that is ready for pilot test. Next slide, please. So we want to grow this, and I just put this in because everything that is written down around the cartoon in the middle is something that we have to provide from our side, right? So if you look at, right from the focused market research for the product, right, you would think that the SME side understands the business. They don't, right? They have a very tunnel vision around the product that they are making now, right? So strategy is something that is very alien, and so we have to provide that, right? All the way to products, bringing in partners that they need for the whole journey of product investments and the whole development environment, product engineering, product management during this process. Everything has to be provided to us. That's a challenge, but I believe the result is worth it because the SME sector is key for the country. Next slide, please. So, last slide, I think the main challenge I see, for us as a country is that we need to learn, both industry and academia, how to overcome this gap between invention and innovation. Right? Now we can sit back and say it is industry's problem. Right? Industry can sit back and say everywhere in the other country they get shrink wrap product, which is not true. Right? So both have to take steps, and I think we have taken some, and probably some of you may have ideas to build upon that. So what academia can do? 3 things I have put there. One, of course, is startups. Right? That's the best way that we can contribute to this. The second is the product accelerator, right? Where the SME sector that needs help, which nobody else is going to give them, we can provide. The last one, is a bow to the presentation made yesterday by a colleague from BITS Milani and also PSG down south, right? They both have had a long tradition of this program of co-op training or school of practice. And I believe that is one good way of getting industry aware of the capabilities in academia and getting academia aware of the kind of problems that industry faces. And all of this while we keep our day job, which is the invention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. आपका presentation बहुत जानकारी लेके हम रिसर्च, इनोवेशन और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बीच में जो भी एक सुसंगतता है उसको हम आत्मसात कर सकते हैं। जो भी रिसर्च है, रिसर्च ज्ञान उत्पन्न करता है, ये हम जान पाए हैं। इनोवेशन उस ज्ञान को व्यावहारिक और उपयोगी समाधान में बदलता है और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप उस समाधान को मार्केट में लेकर आती है, जिससे न केवल आर्थिक वृद्धि होती है बल्कि समाज में सकारात्मक बदलाव भी आता है। इन तीनों का संयोजन मजबूत और समृद्ध भविष्य के निर्माण में सहायक है और ये करने के लिए सारी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट और यूनिवर्सिटी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। सो मूविंग फर्दर अगेन in the same panel discussion and in the same session, I would like to invite Sunil Virud sir. Sir is professor in a department of the computer engineering. Sir is working with the College of Engineering, Pune Technological University. Area of the research for the sir is soft computing, data mining, image processing, machine learning and whatnot. Sir has huge academic and administrative responsibility with a lots of teaching and administrative experience. So sir, I would like to request you, please give insight on the same thing, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Madam, for giving all of us this opportunity to assemble together and share our best practices, whatever we are following in our universities. I present a university. It is CUEP Technological University, which has a journey of excellence started in 1854 at the College of Engineering, Pune, and then become a university in the year 2022. Bharat Ratna Vishwesvaraya was a alumnus of CUEP and graduated licensate in civil engineering in 1984. As we are gathered here to discuss on implementation of NEP 2020, and today's the discussion point given is research, innovation and entrepreneurship. So I will not talk on the other part of NEP 2020. But if you see what Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam says, that need to inculcate capabilities of spirit of inquiry, creativity, entrepreneurship and moral leadership amongst the students, and that is what we are talking about, research and research. So far as the best practices and in implementation of NEP is considered, I take few seconds on this one. We have a mandatory, the minors in 160 credits, and these minors are taught by they are non-engineering minors. Like we have a Gokhale Institute, we have some industries, then we have Rambao Malgi Pratishthan and some other industries. They have designed those syllabus, and those courses will be taught by the experts from those institutions. Like economics will be taught by 4 courses in economics will be taught by Gokhale Institution. We also have flipped classroom, and specifically the regular classes are conducted by regular teachers, but on Saturday we engage the experts from industry and they teach the students best practices in industries and case studies in industries. That's how we do. And also we have developed IKS courses, and I'm happy to share that yesterday I was talking with my friend and he told me to see the IKS courses developed by GTU. And we also developed a gen-based AI chatbot which answers the questions on NEP 2020. We have linked our curriculum with innovation. We have micro, mini and major projects. We invite the ideas from the students, conduct the competitions from the students, and then those ideas are evaluated by the industry persons, and then the students are mentored for further putting that into a entrepreneurship mode. Then we inculcate the culture of innovation through technical clubs. We have 50 plus technical clubs. Some of them they are one of the notable is a satellite club. We are the first institution in India to launch a microsatellite, and of course we are that Robo and Hackathon and Mindswap. These are all technical clubs through which our students participate. They create they do a lot of experimentation, create models and participate national and international. As Mr. Gurumukhi said, innovation, entrepreneurship, and then skilling and all these are the words where we understood the way we use those words the way we understood those. So we provide the internship for employability of students. We provide the internship and skilling for our own students to conduct the research and to develop the research aptitude. We have around 7 Center of Excellences developed through TechUp and other grants which are in working condition. This is one of the Center of Excellence which is recently developed with the support of 3 of our alumni. That is Advanced Electronics Manufacturing, where we give training to the students from our institute as well as the outside workers, and these are the programs we conduct. So this is for capacity building in advanced manufacturing area. So this is a Center of Excellence, that is Biomedical Engineering and Technology Incubation Center, where our faculty they have developed 3 patented ideas, and they are in they are already productized and used by the doctors in the field So we have some of the facilities like 3D printer, then various robots, and then we have established a laboratory fab lab in collaboration with Center for Bits and Atoms, MIT, Boston. So we have Center of Excellence in Product Design, which is recently developed, and the objective is to design the products in the domain of agriculture which implements biomedical devices and automotive systems. There are some of the outcomes of our manufacturing departments. Just to highlight 3 technology transfers and a lot of student clubs supported awards and then MOUs signed. In this year, there were 15 patents granted in one department. In a mechanical department, the research is going on in different areas like sugarcane harvesting, the trash collection mechanism development for the sugar farms, the sugarcane filling system, development of bagasse and characterization of bagasse pallets and the pallet stores. We are also working on we are a part of drone mission of Maharashtra and working on developing certain applications which can be used by solved by drones and used by different ministries. We also have a 5G lab, and we are working on developing a case studies for use of 5G and standardization of 6G standards. There are solutions provided for bagasse waste collections and trash collections, and these ideas are patented. These are the ideas developed in the mechanical department along with the sugarcane filling systems development. And the pallet machine designing is supported by MEDA, the Maharashtra Energy Development Corporation Agency. We also another initiative taken at the university level, that is we provide incentives for quality publication like DTU. If the faculty and students they publish a quality paper in given journal, we provide them a good amount of incentives. Also provide incentives for patenting. The entire fees is reimbursed along with some incentives. Also, we are planning to, this is almost approved but not implemented, but motivate the faculty members when they obtain some funding from different agencies, maybe industry or agency where the PI is not given any incentives or honorarium through the funding, then we are planning to provide some funding from our own funds to promote the faculty, writing proposals and getting funds for us. And so we have provided a matching grant for funded projects. Like sometimes we write project and we get we don't get a sufficient fund through the agency, so we provide a matching grant to the faculty. And we are working on facelifting of the entire. So along with all these initiatives, we have other initiatives, that is we provide a counseling to the students, and we have established Mitra, that is CLB Wellness Center, where the students are provided a counseling, specifically to deal with depression and how to deal with the conditions like, in some of the institutions we have heard that students are committing suicide. So this is one of the initiatives which really helps students in getting out of that depression. To support all these, we have a separate Section 8 company, that is COEP's Bhau Innovation Center for Startup. Bhau represents a big brother. And this was established as a Center 8 company with the help of these some of our alumni and the philanthropists, people, and when Professor Sasrupati was the director, the Honorable President, he visited the center, and this center is established. Is the outcome of this house institution. We have so far 320 startups supported, out of which 148 they are graduated, and we have created around 1400 startups, and currently there are 97 incubated. Mostly the startups are in the area of agri-tech, then biomedical, and then AR, VR, and the energy sector. This is another initiative which is we call as the Ignited Innovators of India, that is I2I, supported by Kitan Foundation of yes. Here we invite statewide, the campaign is conducted, and we invite ideas from the students, and then the students from the ideas invited, the shortlist, and then the shortlist students are given a mentorship by ITON, the experts from ITON, and then they are called with their products for the demonstration. So we invite the applications every year, and this is how the distribution is there. One more interesting fact which I would like to highlight here is, you see, this activity is being conducted for last 10 years. It started in 2014 up to 2019-20. The number of projects registered, projects shortlisted, and the students participated, it increases. But after COVID, again there was a drop, and now it is again increasing. So probably when we started in 2014, the entire the innovation and incubation entrepreneurship, the COVID gave a slight dip in the innovation and incubation. Of course, not in all the areas, but in certain areas where the participation was involved. This is what again Professor Gurumurthy showed. Generally in technical, in an institution, we work up to DLR 4. There is concept phase and then concept of proof, but DLR 5 onwards is not implemented in institutions, which is typically an innovation cycle. To support this, what we have done is, the government of Maharashtra has given a land and 150 crore rupees seed money to establish a translational research, innovation and research park, which is another campus of COEP, where this is a bird eye view of the center, which will be, after completing this will look like this. But right now we have 60,000 square feet place available, and very soon, by the end of December or mid of January, we are going to invite applications from different agencies, providing them space for setting up their innovation and research facility. We are working with IIT Bombay, because IIT Bombay has the same concept, and then they don't have space. So probably we may provide a space to the industries which are approaching IIT Bombay, and then we'll have collaborative research on that. What I suggest is then for all, of course, IIT bids and the big universities, it may not be a problem, but many of the state universities where the government rules are to be followed in toto and sometimes beyond the given rules. So we need to understand the policies of the central and state government, and perform the policy-driven research. Then it becomes easy to carry forward the research at the university level. And all these full council, Institute Innovation Council, and Smart Hackathon and National Ranking we participate in that, and then I urge all those universities to participate so that we have the international collaboration. Of course, these are only from July 2024 for research in AI healthcare, AI in agriculture, and then of course we have a MTech automotive system program which is only for industry people, and then the students taking admission in this course will be doing their second year in university, Lippstadt University of Applied Science at Germany, and they'll be working on their project in that university there along with the industries associated with that. There are some of the CSR fundings we have got. What we do also is we support the students, needy students. We provide laptops, we provide the fees to the students. Almost 250 students are supported with 2 crore fees. And we also have different clubs, as I said. What I propose is, as I said, we need to connect with schools. So this is the research, innovation, and entrepreneurship culture should be developed from the school. And for that, we need to work out on some way to connect the schools. I believe GTU has some way of working with schools. And then institute level support is also required. Then we form a cluster of the innovation hubs at every city, district or regional level, and which will be open for research. Because now the innovation, the WOW Institute, which is established in COEP, is mostly in a closed loop, which is available for COEP students and engineering students. Can we open it for the other students, non-engineering students? Because sometimes we say innovation happens only in technical field, but that's not true. That has been proved that it is a support of humanity people, psychology people, and some other people from other fields, and that is what NEP envisages, that the multidisciplinary approach. This all practices we are following at CVP. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful and informative presentation. Now, moving forward, in the same theme, by the both of the presentation, we have got the point like startups, product accelerator, school of practice, multidisciplinary innovation club, center of excellences, advanced laboratories, industry collaboration, and environmental preservation. So, now this forum is open for the discussion and for the concluding remarks that how can we implement the NEP 2022 in the context of research, innovation and entrepreneurship. So now, sir, it is over to you that how we can proceed further. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, we had 3 presentations. One was a carry forward for the yesterday's session. In fact, let us first of all discuss about the innovation and entrepreneurship, the presentations that we've had. In case anybody has any question, specific question, we can take that. We have speakers with us.
Sir, I am Singaya. My name is Singaya. I am now presently holding responsibility of Vice Chancellor in Telangana Sati Savani Vishwavidyalaya, Gujarat, Assam. Prior to that, I was in Nehru as Dean and Provost Chancellor. So, my present university is a very new university. We have also initiated BTech Artificial Intelligence, machine learning and computer science. We have also management programs, BBA, MBA, tea plantation management, agri-business, rural management, hotel management. So what I would like to, we have also introduced various, suppose IKS. We have included IKS respect to subjects men in social science, humanities, technology and management. Similarly, we have also introduced incubation. Incubation we have, as just mentioned by Professor Murthy ji, we have also over the 4th semester, each semester we are trying to focus on idea generation, prototype development, and product development, commercialization also we have introduced in different semesters. And in each semester we are trying to conduct various assignments, project preparation, like that we have been doing it. And because these are all my own ideas, as a new Vice Chancellor, I have been encouraging my faculty to design a syllabus and implement it. But we have to see whether the students are really experiencing positively, whether teachers are really also enjoying while teaching and encouraging, motivating the students. These are also very question mark. And I have also seen, I was in the Nehru as Vice Chancellor Dean also, we tried to introduce NEP very seriously. But there was a lot of resistance from various colleges, even within the campus. We have seen, but there was resistance more from different quarters, because there the awareness about the NEP was very, very negligible, but somehow or other over the 2 years, we are able to implement the NEP. But the question is that how students are, yesterday some of the experts they were highlighting, whether the students are really enjoying learning positively, whether teachers are really teaching the way it is supposed to be in order to create a positive impact and outcome. So these are all very, very question marks. So I would like to learn from our experts. I have been very fortunate enough that many of your best institutions are doing very best practices and have very good implementation strategies. So place like Northeast, where the ecosystem for the NEP is not as desired. Mentally, people are not that much willing to accept whatever changes that are initiated across other parts of the country. So here, because the students coming from the very local corners, where marginal societies are there, and their way of learning, the cultural cues towards learning is something different. We accept that even the Green Revolution was successful across, but where Northeast it is not successful. Whereas White Revolution was successful where it is not successful in Northeast. So in such cases, what kind of interventions, strategies, implementing strategies as far as the NEP is concerned, let it be interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary kinds, or let it be research innovation, let it be incubation. And how do we really, because you are all talking about very big labs, you have created capacity building programs, you are all conducting, you have a very good network with the industry. But whereas the Northeast problem is, Northeast is also very, after last 15 years, the Northeast a lot of changes are taking place. But industries are not coming up as expected. And we have also started BSc in semiconductors, also we have started a BNYS program also, Bachelor of Natural Resources in Science. But these are all we are initiating, and how do we really grassroots level, that the level of the teacher, the level of students, how to make them really understand the basic philosophy, how to internalization of basic philosophy of NEP is a very, very big question mark. For me, I have been experiencing last 30 years I have been in Northeast. I was in Tejpur University, I was in Nehru, right now I am in New University of Vice Chancellor. In administration for the last 10 years I have been in administration. So kindly advise us, because you are all here, teachers are willing to do, I don't know whether really reaching out to the society as for our culture sensitive or not, I don't know. Every institution is doing very big things and having a great international collaboration, etc. But how do we bring such kind of change, internalization? It's basically the spirit of internalization among the students and teachers are there, where they should be willingness to accept and learn and create some impact and output. But that is my very curious to learn from all.
And specifically, it seems to be a very generic kind of a question. If I were to specifically, my request to all of the participants is this: we have this vertical on research on innovation and entrepreneurship. let us be realistic ourselves to specific aspects related to this particular rule. And the question, and please kindly to whom the question is directed.
No, because you are all general experts. So,
That will be, yeah.
see, anybody can support Professor Murthy here. And yesterday also Bilal, Mr. Uttarakhand, he had also a great experience. Likewise, everybody all are doing great intervention. So you can guide us.
I think I personally would like to talk to you about the Northeast region and what the challenges are there, because there are many other questions would be there from
Okay.
other participants. But I just want to tell you one simple line answer. Everything is an incentivization. A teacher teaches well, brings the student to the classroom, he should be incentivized. A student who attends a class, does everything good, he should be incentivized. Outside the classroom or inside the classroom. And let me just give you a simple philosophy what this Pilani follows is that we have a zero attendance policy. Student need not come to the class. If a teacher is good, student will come to the class. If teacher is not good, student will learn outside. But there is a continuous evaluation which is happening that they have to appear. It would be surprise quiz, surprise exams and all that. So anywhere it is an incentives. If a teacher is not good, then you don't give any kind of cost. So I'll talk to you about, I think Northeast we are doing some interesting work, so I will talk to you about it. No problem. Thank you.
Mayor, okay,
Yeah, please.
आरंभित करता NIT जमशेदपुर में मैंने मेट्रोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में था, जनवरी में रिटायर किया। अभी जो बातचीत है दोनों सेक्टर से, क्या कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां इंडस्ट्री या MSME अपने चैलेंजेस को डाल रहे हैं और उसमें से जो MTech कर रहे हैं या PhD कर रहे हैं या कोई BTech स्टूडेंट कुछ प्रॉब्लम चैलेंज को स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। एक हमारे तरफ होता था BTT, बिहाइंड द टीचर डेस्क पे टाटा स्टील, ML, IIM, जमशेदपुर चैप्टर ये मिलकर करती है। तो वो इंडस्ट्री के प्रॉब्लम को डालते हैं ऑल ओवर इंडिया, उस चैलेंज को स्वीकार करते हैं स्टूडेंट और आइडियाज देते हैं। जब आइडिया सफल कुछ अच्छा रहता है तो उनको फिर कुछ ग्रांट मिलता है, 3 महीने का टाइम मिलता है प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप करने के लिए। इस प्रकार का और कोई प्लेटफॉर्म है क्या? सभी इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिया का जब हमको रिलेशन चाहिए होगा तो इंगेजमेंट जहां इंडस्ट्री को चाहिए क्या वो इंश्योर फुलफिल कर सकता है? तो वो चैलेंज एक जगह कह दिया है और बाकी उसको देख सके, बाकी यूनिवर्सिटी बाकी ऑनलाइन में बहुत सारा है।
In fact, this is something I wanted to mention what Professor Gurumurthy mentioned. In fact, this is something which is being implemented on the ground in the academic program, where when he mentioned about when the students work with the SME industries on a project for a year. So this is a clear-cut indication that they are actually, this is implementation of NEP and which has been put within the curriculum, academic curriculum. And when they come back, they have this, already, which has been integrated within the program. So while, this is a classical example of objective, the manner in which it is being implemented, the innovation part or the research part. So otherwise, we may have, various clubs, so to say, or other opportunities to do that. But how we are integrating in our curriculum. So that would be so that there is some takeaway. This was one takeaway which in fact classically highlights exactly. And therefore I think the idea lab also, which in fact they are practicing, in which the students are working with the industry and working on idea, and then we are converting that into some project, or for example. Another example what we are trying to do is to create a repository of societal problems. And then, we are distributing amongst our BTech and MTech PhD scholars depending on the enormity of it. So, the request therefore would be this, that if we have classical examples where we are implementing the research, innovation and entrepreneurship part in a very objective manner in our curriculum, that will help the others who are there in the
No, I was just going to answer the specific point that he raised about whether there is a single point source. So the answer is, I don't think so, but NHI did try this 2 or 3 years ago, where they asked 4 or 5 entities across the country to manage a portal where the same thing would happen, that anybody can post a problem and anybody can bid for the problem and solve it. So the only thing they left there was the money part of it. That was left to the two individuals concerned, the entity that posed the problem and the entity that volunteered to solve the problem. So that's one thing that's there. I don't know how effective or active it is, but it is there. The other point I just wanted to make was that, while that is one way to solve the problem, but for an academic institution, the other way to solve the problem is to create an office within the institute which actually seeks out this and does the matchmaking. Right? Because as I said, it's nobody's day job here. Industry may not want to post it because they may think who's going to solve this problem. Academia has other things to do, their life is already full, right? So they are not going to be able to go and spend time doing this. So maybe an office has to be created, much like FSID or FIT or, all these institutions. That may be a better answer.
With your permission, I just want to give the information. Government here in Gujarat, they have formed a policy, SSID, so Startup Innovation Policy. 200 crore rupees they have spent for that. And by that, a good ecosystem is developed in every university, not only the technical university, but the conventional university. So a very good policy and hand-holding and other things, everything from industry, support, training, and iHub is also established by the government of Gujarat. So that policy is really very, very useful. Policy, the GTU have the incubation center with the support of the hotel incubation center, also the government of Gujarat. But to visit the center.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Please do the visit a little short and but one, okay. Please go ahead. Yeah. Please.
Oh, okay. So I think AICT has also some portal. Yes, industry is, where you can, industry can post a problem and the institution can pick up. So that is there, I think that is. I don't know how successful is that, but that is a one big portal platform where one can.
So a quick recap of everything that every regulatory body or bodies they have tried. In fact, even our just like FICCI and CII, we have the GCCI and that is where we are also trying. Many bodies are trying that. The only problem is that who updates them and whether the solutions. So the better part for academia, we as academia, rather than looking at whether the industry is putting up the problems or the solution is coming or not, it is very much needed that very early on open up your innovation system, and because uski system hi hai, it's a very well laid down process where they will look at identify problems, look at the uniqueness of the solution, do state of the art, etc. Follow those steps religiously. What is happening is that there is a lot of learning, a lot of skill development, a lot of hands-on, and a lot of learning to cope with failure is coming. And that is playing a big role. It is making a sea change in the mindset of teachers as well as students. Later on, what we have done, so this is where we have won the game, I should say, that a very well-laid program, very acceptable programs by the faculty also. They become mentors because they know that no one is going to ask me question, ये क्यों नहीं हुआ, इतना पैसा स्पेंड हो गया, आपने क्या क्या ये वो है. आप पेपर पब्लिश कर सकते हैं, आपको पेटेंट मिलेगी. तो ये इंसेंटिव, but on a higher scale for our research scholars as well as for our faculty, we have added one last part beyond the conclusions. What is the relevance of your research to the industry? Which are the industries you recommend that we should send your work? तो तीन चीजें हो जाती है. उसका पहले से ही ये सोच उस साइड पे रहता है कि या तो इंडस्ट्री या कम्युनिटी को कुछ यहाँ पे इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए. दूसरा, इंडस्ट्री का कनेक्ट उसके साथ बढ़ता है. एंड बिकॉज दिस इज सीरियस रिसर्च where most of them would be either publication in Scopus WS or patents, the industry would also be a high-end. SMEs उसको accept नहीं करते क्योंकि उसको पूरा अपना setup change करना है, वो नहीं कर पाएंगे. But the bigger ones do look at these. So on two counts, we think that we should work. The higher end go for the, and we are also, in fact, we have already put up on our website an entire compendium of problems. Might not necessarily be defined by the university, by the industry, but a lot of them, through our supervisors, they have gone and looked at the industry and they said these are the problems. So, thank you.
Just I will take 1 minute. So you mentioned about the problem, Professor Raju was mentioning about it. There are the wikis and CII's different divisions. They conduct very thematic area of the industry partners and income, and where the academia needs to participate. I have been a part of the one of the presentations which was held in for the wiki in Delhi, where armed forces came out with a series of problems what they are facing. This is the first time for armed forces talk publicly about the problems, and the whole compendium is available. If you pick up that, you will get hundreds of problems in that, and then the students can take it up that problem. Very simple problem, but very critical for the armed forces. And if you have a solution, you can just connect with them and then they can get it. So I think there's a lot of possibilities. And what I think Professor Raju was telling, at the institute level also we'll have to create a series of problems, connections and all this.
And I also add one more thing. In fact, I also mentioned in my initial remark, there is a need to actually introduce industry micro-credentials, which basically is also related not even to skilling, but also something related to innovation, research, what are the requirements of industry, for example. That if we can integrate in the curriculum, like for example, in third year onwards we offer electives. So we can, rather than making static electives from the the conventional courses, we can think of actually having industry micro-credential based on the inputs received from the industry. So thank you all the participants and especially the speakers. And we are really in time now. So by 11:30 we are done. Thank you.
So I think it was a wonderful brainstorming session with us is that on the research, innovation and entrepreneurship. And if I am not wrong, there is in a one-line sentence I can conclude that if we can bridge between industry and academia, then everything will be sorted out. So this is the conclusion. So thank you all the speakers and all the dignitaries who have taken participation in the Q&A session also. So right now we are concluding this session, and there is a 15 minutes of tea break is there. Then again we are assembled in the same room for the next further panel discussion. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That when your boss says stand up, please stand up. That way.
So I will tell you very interesting. In Sweden there was a conference and everybody has been given 10 minutes time. And 10 minutes each. And exactly 10 minutes later, the whole screening room black. So we don't have any slides available. Everything is closed. You are forced to leave. You should be time conscious. And not only that, the good part is that let's say for 5 papers, there are parallel 2 sessions. So after one day here, and you are in the next session, if you want to attend the third number paper, so for that paper, 10 minutes खाली रहता है. Nobody is presenting that. You can move very quickly.
Oh yeah. You know why I have
Singh. He is the Vice Chancellor of Harcourt Butler Technological University, Kanpur. He holds his MTech and PhD degree from IIT Delhi and MBA from DTU. Prior of his current role, Professor Singh was professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Delhi Technological University, where he held several key administrative positions, including registrar, dean, and the dean of student welfare. His extensive experience includes role at NIT Jalandhar, National Power Training Institute (NPTI) and NPTC. Professor Singh has published over 100 research papers and supervised numerous PhD and MD students. He is fellow of the Institute of Engineering and has received several prestigious awards for his contribution to research and education. We are also privileged to have with us our distinguished experts who have made remarkable contribution to their respective fields. To start this session, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Nitin. Yeah. Now the sir will open the session and then we'll start with our speaker.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I express my gratitude to Professor Raju for inviting all of us to be here and discussing about the NEP implementation. Before we start, just about HBTU from where I come. HBTU is 103 years old institution. It was established in 1921 by Harcourt Butler, and then in 2016 it became a university. We run UG programs in computer, IT, electrical, mechanical, and all those things. And also, this is the first university where we used to conduct the BTech courses on different technology like paint, plastic, food technology, and oil technology. And basically, the institution started before the oil technology that time. We also started the MBA and BBA programs. We found MSc in physics, chemistry, mathematics. And as per the NEP, we have also started BTech course for working professionals this time. So this year we have started. Regarding multidisciplinary, we have increased a basket of electives for the department as well as for the open university open electives. We have also started minor degrees in all the branches. So any students can do major in one branch and minor in another one. We also have many students chapters, student societies, wherein we used to conduct literary, cultural, and all those activities. As we have discussed also, the HBTU also started extending their summer internship to full semester internship. And that is also paid sometimes in summer internship for the whole semester. APC ID has been created for all the students. And regarding APC, one thing we have done is that when we talk about the early correct by the students, many times the student used to drop the course in between. And recently a few students came to me after 3-4 years after their dropping of the course. And the rule says that the maximum span for the course is a number of tenure plus half of that. This BTech is 4 years and plus 2 years, 6 years the maximum time where you can complete the course. But as per NEP, there is multiple exist program scheme. Then a student came to me who was about 3-4 years after this BTech. That means the span was over. And then there is no rule that okay we should go for because the rule is only for 4+2. Then we quoted the NEP that NEP facilitates the student to go for multiple entry also. If he can go and come back. So then taking that into consideration, multiple entry, we allow the student to go for study in the final year and then complete this thing. Similarly, another problem that sometimes the students do not get the required number of credit for clearing the year. Suppose in the second year he is not able to score CGPA of 4, then he has to go back to second year and he has to put the year. And then earlier, because we don't secure the credit, whatever credits have been earned by the student, that lapses, and the student has to has to go for entire all the courses again. Then we introduce that because we have NEP and NEP say that whatever credit has been earned that can be secured, that can be put in the locker. And when in our own institution where he or she has earned the credits, why don't we secure those credits? So we allow the student who has failed, he has to go for only those courses where he was failed or she was failed. And the rest of the course can be carried forward. And during that time, because suppose there are 6 courses or 5 courses, he was passed in 3 courses, he was failed in 2 courses, so he can go for 2 courses and he can also, he has been given the opportunity to improve the rest of the courses if he or she wants. So otherwise, he can do 2 courses and then he can take some other courses as a elective or as a just for the sake of knowledge as a multidisciplinary courses suggested. So this is the 2 things we have adopted there. And it's going very well. All the degrees and mark sheets, they are being uploaded in DigiLocker immediately after the convocation on the same day. So we are using DigiLocker. The students are also given many opportunities for overall development. We have also adopted 5 villages, nearby villages, where we used to send the students to understand their problems, to counsel the students studying in the school, to play with them, to have a discussion with the Punjab representative who are there, to discuss with Pradhans, to inform about the policy of the government to implement. So all those things we are doing. We are also adopting the TB patients in nearby area. So either patients are there, we recognize those patients and we used to give the kits for them to get him cured. So once that is 1 year kit is being given to them, and then after 1 year they get used to get cured. So that is what also we are doing. And we are also conducting many value-based courses. We recently started research because there was a little bit less in research, so we started Excellence Award. Excellence Award that is also have improved the number of research papers. Even the ERP, now entire Uttar Pradesh has been shifted to Samart ERP, which is developed by the Delhi University. So we have been shifted to that one. And then we have also signed many MOUs with the industries and academic, international level and national. And the government of India also has provided all the students, irrespective of their income, all the students have been provided the tablet for the students. So these are what initiatives we have taken. We have also started TBI technology business incubation, and although we are facing some problem to getting the startups, so we have recently registered up to 15 startups, and we are trying to go for more number of startups. So that is the area where we are little bit facing some problems. So with these opening remarks, I request the first speaker to present them.
So our first speaker is Dr. Nitin Dijia. He is professor at Department of Electric Engineering, IIT Gandhinagar. He holds his MTech in telematics and signal processing from NIT Rourkela and PhD in electrical science from IIT Bhubaneswar. His research interests span active noise control and adaptive filtering, direction of arrival estimation, computational complexity, and impulsive noise mitigation. He has contributed to the development of adaptive algorithm and sensory array technique to improve the performance of signal processing system in various noise environments. Please, sir.
Screen.
Thank you. Thank you. So we are like amongst all these, what I can say, 100+ year old universities, we are like a startup. We were established in 2008 with 90 students, incubated at this campus, I would say. Currently we are 2,800 students. We have the campus is in Gujarat, 15 kilometers. We run BTech programs. These are the programs which we run. I will explain it when I go to the next slides. In terms of
We have this slide.
yeah, can I go to So in terms of interdisciplinary, we have been interdisciplinary from the very beginning of the design phase itself. So we have not created any department buildings. If you walk into IT yeah, is it better? Yeah. So we have not created any department buildings as such. If you walk into IT campus and search for electrical engineering, you will never find electrical engineering. So that's the way the campus has been designed. We don't have separate department buildings. What we have done is faculty also we have arranged in such a manner that you will get lost and end up meeting people from other disciplines. We have faculty, we encourage faculty to have multiple department affiliations. So we have people with biology and computer science, humanities and electrical engineering. Those type of multiple discipline appointments are there. PhD students have the capacity to have the supervisor outside of the department without the need for supervisor from the other department. For example, I have guided a PhD student in cognitive science, where the student was not having any supervisor in cognitive science. So 15% of the PhD students right now does not have a supervisor in their parent discipline. They have a supervisor outside of the discipline. That is what we are doing. And these are two programs which we recently started. 23-24 we started this BTech and BTech as well as MTech programs in AI, and now this IC Design and Technology BTech program. Then we started this new undergraduate curriculum from 2022 and new PhD curriculum from 2024. So currently more than 15% of the credits come from humanities and social sciences in the BTech program. So it's like 7 to 8 courses across the BTech program is from humanities and social sciences. In this new curriculum, we have introduced these courses called the general education courses. These are mostly maybe arts and painting and drama and those type of courses. These are pass-fail courses. It doesn't have any grade associated with it, but it is mandatory course for all undergraduate students. This is something which we have done. We do not have a physics or a chemistry course which is mandatory in the undergraduate program. So if I have a BTech student, I can do without any chemistry, I can apply my BTech in this new curriculum. What we have done is we have created something called a science basket. In the science basket, there are courses from physics, chemistry, cognitive science and earth sciences, and students can choose what all courses they want to do. But there are no mandatory physics or mandatory chemistry courses in the entire undergraduate. Then we have introduced the design, innovation and prototyping course. It's again a mandatory course for first year students. We don't have a washer practice course like in the traditional BTech program. Then we introduced this course called probability statistics and data visualization as a computer science course for all undergraduate students with the lab. So it's a probability course with the lab. These are some of the new courses which we have done in the new year. Another interesting thing we are doing right now is something called an open project course. We don't have a BTech project, so in the 7th or 8th semester they don't have to do a BTech project at all. But a student have to do at least one open project course. Open project course means they can do in any discipline of their interest. They could be even at an incubator. So they could do one project course, but there is an opportunity to do multiple project courses. So we don't have to force a student who is doing a BTech in electrical engineering to do a project in that department. They could do anywhere, so that they get an experience of project-based learning rather than having to do a particular BTech program. All programs have a physical education component. BTech program have 4 semesters of physical education component. Even PhD program has a 1 semester of physical education component. So what we are feeling is that from a mental health point of view, physical education may have an impact. And we have had, I think, good experience with the physical education program, especially for people who are coming into stress-heavy programs like masters or PhD. Then recently we have introduced the semester-long external exposure for semester students like this Pilani's flagship program, which we are going to start from 25-26. we are currently saying it's only for 7 semesters, but similarly 16 credits like that of planning can be earned after this. In case of Indian knowledge system, what we are doing is that we have scholars who are curating Indian knowledge system courses every year. It's not a fixed course. The theme of the course can vary every year. This year the course is on Buddhism. So different themes will be done over different periods of time, and we invite external people to not teach. Actually, it's like more like a seminar session and what you can say, that type of an activity is created around Indian knowledge system. At least 7 to 8 external speakers will be there over a semester. Students are listed for this particular course. In terms of holistic education, what we are looking at, I will just highlight 1 or 2 things in this entire slide. One is this Explorer Fellowship, which we have been doing around 10 years now, where what we are saying is that a student, this is optional for a student can spend 6 weeks in the summer visiting 6 different states of India. One has to be in the north, one has to be in the south, one has to be in the east, some sort of in India. And on a very, what you can say, shoestring type of a budget. It's like 35,000 rupees they have to cover this entire state, but they have to spend 6 weeks. They do teams of 2 or teams of 3. This is not part of the curriculum, it's not mandatory, but out of around every year around 100-150 students does this. And these have been life-changing experience for them in terms of experiential learning or understanding what is actually going on in India. They are not allowed to travel in AC train, they have to go in normal train, they cannot stay in an AC hotel. Some guidelines are there. This is one program which we are doing. There is this Gram Fellowship where students have to spend again almost a month time in a village. Okay, those type of interesting things which we have created. And now we do not have any termination on academic ground. If the CPI is low, we are not terminating anybody. What we are saying is that you are earning credit. The entire education is credit based. Credits will expire after 8 years. Up to 8 years, if you are not clearing the course, the credits which you earned before 8 years will vanish. So that's how we are implementing the credit expiry. Yeah. So in the inaugural session, there was one comment about how credits can be earned for courses. We have been doing this visiting students program where students from other universities can earn credits at IIT Gandhinagar for courses, not for programs. So every semester we will have around 25-30 students who are coming from other universities who do courses, maybe 15 credits, 20 credits of courses, and we transfer the credit to the particular university. We have a special arrangement with GTU where GTU selects students and send to us. They earn credits over there and it is transferred to GTU. So we will also encourage other universities, if you are interested, we will be happy to host students for a semester and give credits to them. They can do around 200 courses which we run right now in a semester. We have been doing credit waiver for outside universities and even for prior learning. We have examples where a student was at IIT Madras doing a PhD. Student wanted to quit PhD and join PhD here. So we gave credit for the courses which the student did at IIT Madras, which was not even counted for a degree, but we gave waiver over here. That is something which we have done. And an interesting new thing which we have done is something called a proficiency transcript. Proficiency transcript means every student has 2 transcripts. One is an academic transcript, second is a proficiency transcript. So student is doing a difficult course. Student has passed the course, but student has got a bad grade, D grade. Students don't want to drop that course because this is interesting, this might be useful for their academic growth or later for a professional growth. What we are saying is that there is a second transcript called proficiency transcript where the student can move this course from academic to proficiency where the grade will be displayed only as pass. And any number of such courses can be moved to proficiency so that student without any fear of getting a bad grade could do difficult courses. That is one interesting thing we are doing. We also allow students to do short courses. These are 1 credit courses, typically 10-hour type of contact hour courses, which also can be put in the proficiency transcript. In addition to developing the academic transcript which counts towards the CPI, they could develop a separate proficiency record of them on how well they are prepared for the particular program. Yeah.
I came late.
Yeah. This is how we have done the multiple entry multiplexing. So we have also done multiple entry even at BTech level. So in addition to BTech to admission to AE, we have been doing admission to Olympiad for the last 3 years. So we have got around 10 students who have come to the Olympiad who are people, including an Olympiad gold medalist, mathematics Olympiad. We have got. Then what we have done is we have done diploma has been there, BSc has been there, but I will give you what experience about multiple exit, multiple entry, especially with the diploma program. So we have one student who wanted to exit, immediately opted for the diploma. Opted for the diploma, we happily gave the diploma. Student entered the market, then understood that this diploma is of no use. In the sense, he wanted to go for a railway type of a job, but the degree was a minimum requirement. So the student requested for re-entry into the program. So we gave re-entry into the program, into the BSc program. So the student exited with a diploma program and student re-entered into the BSc program. So this is the major entry and exit which we have been doing. And then in the PG program, we have a postgraduate diploma. Where if somebody joins a PhD or an MTech wants to exit, we would give a postgraduate diploma and give an exit to them. And for higher learning, we have this dual majors. So somebody is admitted in BTech in electrical engineering or a second BTech in computer science. They could finish both the majors in 5 years. That type of a system is also there. And we can go to the next slide. And the next task. So these are some additional initiatives which are there for the overall development of the students. These are like labs which are there. There is a writing studio which helps in helping students in the writing aspect. There is an art studio, there is a clay studio. All type of developmental activities are there. Then we do certification program for internal students. So there is a scientific writing certification, there is a teaching certification, and after somebody does a teaching certification, an undergraduate student could become a TA in a course. So there is an undergraduate teaching assistance program. There is a future faculty program for PhD students. There is a graduate teaching fellow. So these are all giving teaching opportunities for undergraduate students for the overall development of the student. Yeah, next slide, last. So in terms of internationalization, we have overseas exposure center for PhD students where students are spent 4 to 6 months at a foreign university funded by us. Around 35% of full-time PhD students graduating will have this overseas exposure. We are currently running 2 double degree programs. One is with the Japan Advanced Institute of Technology in Japan and this Asian Institute of Technology. These are the 2 double degree programs which we are running. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the insights on the integration of the multidisciplinary courses in the current education system. So moving forward, our next speaker is Dr. S. Sundar Nagavar. Sir is DG at PGU Gandhinagar. He received his PhD from ISC Bangalore and postdoc from IIT Kanpur.
I didn't receive postdoc from IIT Kanpur. I worked at IIT Kanpur, but it's fine. Good morning. Just to save time, I stopped the introduction. I'm so grateful to Dr. Gajar for bringing all of us together. I think this is a very phenomenal initiative she took. Especially warm welcome to all the vice chancellors from outside Gujarat. Last July when PM went to US, you turn to any newspaper, it's all about AI, America-India partnership. And then, why he went and the MOU signed with, agreement signed with Micron. And then within 2 weeks, we saw the entire brigade landing at Gujarat, and our Honorable CM signed a memorandum with them. To be very honest, we are all in the whirlpool now. GTU or any universities in Gandhinagar or Ahmedabad, we are in the whirlpool. We have to talk and we have to dream and we have to work towards this big vision. 4 big companies have already landed. The question is about skill. Where do we get the skill? So we have been under terrible pressure, but a good pressure. We want to breathe fresh air because there is so much of government and industry partnership which is fundamental to the vision of NEP. Now, I like this AI, America-India partnership, which now has become a fashion. AI is artificial intelligence. But in NEP, I want to twist the story. It's academia-India industry partnership. So I'm going to tell you about how to decrease the band gap between the industry and academia. You know very well that in semiconductor, unless you let the students put their hands on, it's not going to happen. No amount of theory, online coaching will help. So all of us, I think GTU has a mandate, IIT Gandhinagar has a mandate, PDU has a mandate, neighboring colleges, most of our vice chancellors from Ahmedabad have already rolled out a skill development course, 30 lecture course, but that's not enough. We need to move further. So I'm going to spend the next 7 minutes, if you permit. I'm going to show only videos and close the topic. Next slide. So this was one of our initiatives because government of Gujarat gave 50 crore way back in 2011. Not only we installed the first mega 1 megawatt solar plant, but then the mandate that time was also to make cell. If only we were active, probably today we will be manufacturing cells. We couldn't because the ecosystem was not bright enough. So we reverted back. Instead of going from wafer to cell to panel, we thought we will do the last one first. That's panel making. PM inaugurated this venture, rather launched it in November, but it's up and active. So without paraphrasing too much, this is actually working for 22 hours a day, 3 hours, 3 shifts. It's actually OEM partnership there. I'm very pleased to tell one of the leading manufacturers in solar cell are getting their new recruits trained in this landscape, where you have brought actually the industry into the academia landscape, and which is very rewarding. Now this gives a wholesome training for our students. Can you click? Yeah. I just want you to take a 1-minute video of this. You see how this is going. We have already shipped many consignment to third world countries, 2 African countries. Durban Institute of University of Technology wants to install similar proportion, and it's very contagious to see how skill empowerment can be done. Right in Gujarat, for the skill set, they want more than 9,000 trained pair of hands, and this is one place where we are really giving hands-on training. The next case study is about this. Go back. Go back. No, next. Yeah. The next one, with the goodness of government of Gujarat and with the Micron, we have set up already this back-end skill set. So this is called ATMP facility, which is up and active now. You can see here all this wrapped and kept there, but it's all installed last week. So we are hoping our Chief Minister will be able to come and inaugurate this. From Jan 1st, we are actually going to train people who are selected by Micron through a due process. And we cannot ask for any other benevolence from government the way they have supported us in this enclave. Now, the problem why I want to show this is, we have a mandate where Micron wants more of IT and polytechnic base and less of BTech. But at the same time, our BTech guys have not handled or touched any 12-inch wafers at all. So, not only one, although it's initially there, not only one facility, but we need hundreds of facilities across across the nation, so that we can at least give a brilliant 3,000 people in a calendar year fully trained. And this sort of initiatives require not 1-2 hour touching. You have to have a mandatory training of 225 hours, which is time consuming, cost intensive. The raw material itself is skyrocketing. So, what we have understood from PDU is, this sort of aggressive engagement has to happen, otherwise our skill set will be more bookish, and the industry, when they come, they will be thinking that they are thorough with the theory but not experiential learning is very important. So this is where I am suggesting that this initiative should not be localized, it has to go wider, and that there should be partnership. For example, the production facility is thrown open for all students in Gujarat. I'm going to leave you maybe with one slide on additive manufacturing, including GTU, from Kutch, from Saurashtra, from Surat, Rajkot. More than 700 students have come and taken training in design minimum before submitting. So we need more infrastructure which is coming with industry partnership. Otherwise, whether we talk about additive manufacturing or semiconductor or solar, renewable energy initiatives, it is going to be just a drop in the ocean. And our efforts are very, very limited, which is not adequate to meet the industry demand. So this is one thing. Next slide. Now I will tell you that there are slides that talks about the training that has already gone in wire bonding. Next slide. This is something very humbling. When government sense that there is a great need, they institutionalize or they created centers of excellence. That's where we are coming, and we are actually looking now at printable solar cells. We are looking at flexible electronics. We are looking at organic displays, because when Prime Minister brought this vision, he always said semiconductor and display devices. But we are not even able to complement for display technology, because that's an other side of the coin in semiconductors. So we have a great need now to see how we can really make it happen. But at this auspicious gathering, I want to tell you, PDU will be very happy to handhold with any of the university that requires partnership, that requires training. Maybe some little token money will be imposed, but then because we are dealing with gold wires, we are dealing with very, very expensive raw materials. Of course, government has already given us a huge amount of backup in terms of consumable and recurring expenses. Next slide. Yeah, see, this is the way government is actually requiring the institutions to transform and to refit. And when we proposed this to the government of India, immediately Ministry of Education prompted NSDC to come on board, and NSDC has agreed to certify not only this course, but including our production in solar or any other course, they are willing to endorse with their logo. And shortly from now, we will be launching another new center along with Government of India, and this is the way industry is asking for a clinical industry practice or skill training. So we will be very happy to share whatever we have gone through, because it has been a big learning curve for us, and the amount of money and infrastructure that is needed is huge. But unless we partner together, it will not be possible. For example, I am very friendly with Dr. Gurumurthy from IISc, but till now I have not gone into that nanospace age, because it is so clogged with work orders. I submitted 1 or 2 projects, I never got even patterning. Next slide. Okay, this is one other facility. This is one other facility that we have trained our Gujarat Technical University students to more than 800, all free of cost. Again, we are collaborating with IC, and hopefully we will try to make this. Next slide. This we are actually collaborating with Nuclear Fuel Complex and Midani. That's an ongoing process. We have done many printing for them, and especially this is not polymer but titanium initiatives. Next slide. I think I stop there and take some question if you have one person.
Later on. I think we'll
Yes,
together take all questions.
Good.
नमस्ते सबको। मेरा नाम शशि कुमार धीमान है और मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर हूँ। So I'm very much delighted to be here and I'm grateful to the vice chancellor, GTU, see this initiation of this meeting begins at the AICT way back, and she instantly agreed to hold such meetings. So this is one of the good meetings where I think we as representative of technical universities, and we find that there are so many other advanced universities or stand-alone institutions which are doing wonderful work, and we are getting inspired to implement all those things in our place. So as far as my university goes, it is a GTU type or University of Uttarakhand, UPU, which affiliates colleges and have campus. So my university started way back in 2011. I was the founder vice chancellor, and it's very new. And the state of Himachal is also very less population, so the size of university is very small. We have 21 affiliating institutions. Roughly, cumulative strength is 20,000. In campus, we have 7 students with the various programs of engineering, management, applied science, and tourism, and so on. So I think the structure of our university is very well versed with everybody here, because it is presented by Professor Carson yesterday, and ma'am also elaborated on the various occasions and how the technical universities are working. But so I can perfectly see work on, speak on the focus on the theme, which is multidisciplinary and holistic education. And in this regards, what we are doing at Technical University, that point I think I can share, and which may answer some of the questions raised by Professor from Northeast. So in multidisciplinary holistic education, you see, we all understand that there is a civilizational change as the time passes, because in each generation there is changes of various kinds, and so those changes happens in the area of scientific approaches, and you see scientific approaches leave an impact on society in terms of interest in science or innovation or engineering or technologies. And if I give you an example, then example mobile in our hand is one of the big examples. So people of my generation can understand that when we were in a school, what kind of communication system we had. But now those who are now studying in a school, what kind of communication they have. So you see, this mobile is the biggest innovation as on today. So likewise, now there is emergence of AI technologies. And that happens because of the computational capabilities. But in the coming days, maybe or coming years, we find that if the quantum computational capabilities and technologies emerges again, and they are utilized at the point of the classical world, then the things will change. So this is, I think, a large generational change we have seen for a generation of our age has seen so far. And if quantum technology and communication and computing realized during our time, then it will be another great milestone of change in our age. And another point happens, you see changes happen in terms of social studies. So I must say in Hindi because it related with the social science. So सामाजिक तौर पे जो समाज में चेंजेस आते हैं और वो चेंजेस एक पॉलिटिकल अवेयरनेस की तरह भी रिफ्लेक्ट होती हैं और इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी लोगों की बढ़ती है और सोशियो कल्चरल चेंजेस भी आते हैं, जैसे लॉ का इंटरवेंशन को लोग अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं और इंटरनेशनल स्टडीज एज वी ऑल अंडरस्टैंड दैट हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू इंटरनेशनलाइज आवर इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड सॉन्ग्स एंड कम्युनिकेशन। और तीसरा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भाषाओं में चेंज होता है, जो आपकी पुरानी भाषा है उसको उसमें एक तरक्की होती है, उसका विकास होता है और with the advancement in communication we learn new languages also. And if I look at my state, every 50 kilometer you have a local dialects which is a very highly variant. So if I go to some of the district, maybe Kinnaur or Lahore, I cannot understand what they are speaking. So you see, in terms of languages, we also make lot of changes with the passage of time, with the development, with the changes in the society. So holistic development means we are talking about the smuggler. You see, we are trying to develop the all faculty of a human. So this is what is holistic education we are talking about. And if I try to frame a curriculum for my students, in addition to the educational needs of a subject, we have to incorporate so many other things, so that I can call that my educational framework or curriculum framework is holistic in a nature, and which includes, you see, the sensitivity of the students towards the environment. So in my university we have a course on environment, which is, we have started this course since 2012, and every graduate is supposed to pass through this course. And another is skills, as we are talking about skills, and I think one of the good narration is just now happened about the skills. And in terms of skills, we also need to have courses on critical thinking, creative writing, film and media, communication. And communication, I think all the affiliating university or institutions must have courses to their graduate or postgraduate students. So discussion and you see various way of criticisms, positive criticisms, and problem solving processes of how the things goes. As many of us is talking about the various platforms here, where students or industry can interact. So we are, you see, emerging with the idea that each institute have their own platform where industry may pose a problem to the institution where they want to have a solution, and vice versa. So institution has to go to the industry or the vice versa, so that their platform of a problem solving process will become highly active and fragile. Another is universal human values, which are also very, very important. सार्वभौमिक मानवीय मूल्यों की समझ और विकास, और ये विकास इसलिए भी बहुत जरूरी है कि बच्चे को अपना परिवार, अपना संस्कार, संस्कृति को उसको कैसे जोड़ के रखना है. Means the students which are coming to us need to be well rooted with their families, with their village, with their country, with their Sanskriti or culture, whatever the it is. So we have given one course, and we started this course in 2012 as a course on, initially we started as an audit course, 2 credit audit course, but now it is a full-fledged course as a core course of 2 credit given to students. On top of that, we have student induction program, which goes for 3 weeks for all the freshers who are admitted in colleges or the university campus, so that they can get to know the facilities, their peer group interactions, and all the cultural program, eminent speakers, lectures, and so on and so on. So this is what is the integral part we are trying to make with the curriculum framework of each subject or discipline. Another important point through which we are now going through is a Bharatiya Gyan program, Indian knowledge system. And in our university, we have started a course, 22-23 batch, and later we revised it for 23-24 batch also. So it is continuous in a revision process, but we are conducting these courses for UG, some mandatory course, as a course for every student. On top of this, we have Sanskrit Kendra, which is established by the Central University of Sanskrit in our campus, where they impart education to the level of certificate program, to the level of 1 week, 2 week functional Sanskrit speaking. If you go through a 6-month program, that is again done, you see, of durations, academic of durations, maybe in the morning or evening or sometime during the holidays, we have a full-fledged faculty of Sanskrit to take care of this thing. And we have yoga department also. So we have recruited 2 faculty in yoga, which they are supposed to take care of physical education and yoga. But in yoga, we have a certificate program, 6 months, that 1A diploma and MA. So that those programs are available to the local society as well as to the students, those who are studying in main campus. So these are the few things which I think take care of holistic education component of our regular education program. In addition to this, I think I don't want to discuss too much about multiple exit and multiple entry. This is done, everybody is talking. But here we have exit policy, which may not be open to the other people. That exit policy means the student who exit will have to complete 2 months internship before we left the institutions. And we have major, minor, 2 degree program in all disciplines. And if someone scores a CGP of 8 plus, then he will be given honors degree. So we have placement and career orientation system well placed, which is very nicely automated with the AI enabled web portal for interviews, orientation and placement program. And recently we have developed institutional assessment and accreditation system. So that is followed by a self-study report, and that self-study report will be valued by the peers. So peers maybe from other states sometimes. They evaluate it and they go to the colleges and they interact. So college has to write a big report, SSR, which is basically maybe of more than 100 pages, so as per this format. So in addition, we have done all automations, which I think is done everywhere across for conducting examination, evaluation, result declarations, maintaining students' dashboard, and so on. So with this part, I think end up with one of the another very serious issue in technical education, that is dropout. I think no one has touched it, and dropout may be very small, maybe 1%, but it is there. So how to deal with that? That also our university has taken care of it, and we are connecting with the dropouts, providing them opportunity to complete their degrees. That is another thing. And the documentation also, I think everybody is doing fully digitalizations and uploading ABC portal, and all students are registered with ABC portal. Documentation upload on ABC portal is all done. In terms of sports, cultural activity, we have annual sports meet and annual fest. NCC, NSS units are in place in every institution. institutions. And another issue I think is a very lightly touched is a drug. And drug is a very, very serious. And it begins from the school level, maybe from class 8, 9. And I don't know what is the situation of your surroundings and the institution which are affiliated with you, but it is a very, very, very worst in the terms that the boy of 18 years, 19 years, they are dying, you see, with a single day of overdose. So this drug is one of the main issue. I think I invite all the colleagues to deal with drugs. With these words, thank you very much. And I have now last words. राष्ट्र के हित के लिए प्रयत्न करना देवताओं की आराधना के समान। Thank you.
अच्छा आपका लास्ट
Next speaker is Dr. Kayur Darji. He is the Director at Department of International Relations.
So, good afternoon. Yes. I'm good. So, fortunately, we have a very distinguished personality with us, Srimati Amita Karwal Madam ji, who is retired IS, as well as the backbone of entire NEP policy. When it was in the very initial stage and even the forming of NEP policy. So, very warm and humble memory of GTU. Yes. So, once we invite her to on the podium. Yes. So, here is I'm delighted to present few key initiatives what GTU has taken as far as multidisciplinary and holistic education is concerned with respect to the implementation of NEP 2020. So, when we talk about the multidisciplinary and holistic education, so most important thing is now the very core area or the core aspect what we talk about the multiple entry and exit and the flexibility among the entire higher education system. And when we talk about the flexibility, giving the opportunity to the students to enter, exit with the required certification. So the prerequisite comes whether our credit system are very uniform and formulated, so that the universities can consider each other's credit and give the platform and the opportunity to the students. So looking at that need, we have obviously as we know in the university the syllabus and the curriculum get upgraded every in some specified cycles. So recently in 2024 and 5. G2 has upgraded its syllabus, the entire syllabus of across the discipline with respect to the credit framework which is recommended by NCR. So this is the program-wise credit framework we have already decided, which is actually in line with the entire national mandate and the we can say the recommendation platforms. And as far as integrating the components, so once that framework and the number of credits are decided, so then next step is how to integrate the various components of NEP in the program-wise structure. So this is this is across the disciplines we have made, but I'm just showing you one or two examples how we did it. So if you take like, the UG engineering is the largest branch and the largest mass flow of what we have as a technological university. So if you can see like, UG engineering is carrying out, as per the new, recommended credit framework, there are 66 credits what we have decided. So we have bifurcated the credits of each components, which is essential part of NEP, like humanities or social sciences, then core engineering programs, multidisciplinary and open electives, then internship, which is a very important aspect in NEP, internships and skills, as well as the non-credit programs like what we call as audit courses like constitution, Indian nervous system, communication skills and anything. So that will keep, because we are the affiliated kind of university, there are 400 institutions which are affiliated. So there has to be the very clear framework to be there on paper, so that the different bodies can develop the entire curriculum, entire mechanism very smoothly based on the broader framework. Similarly, this is what we have done in the PG engineering as well as diploma. And apart from engineering also, all the disciplines like management, pharmacy, whatever we have as a university, everywhere these kind of structures are already made. Specifically, yes, this is to highlight. If we see diploma, it is as such we can say more focused on the vocational. So we have ensured that the practical hours are even like more than the theory hours. Like we have around 360 practical hours as compared to 250 to 240 of theory hours. As far as MOOCs are concerned, so yes, MOOCs are already implemented into GTU curriculum. And yes, obviously there is a guideline of AICTE, UGC to have the SWAM and NPTEL MOOCs. But yes, when initially there was a challenge to add up like the remedial exams and that all. So GTU came with very unique solution where we are offering the MOOCs of specific, like we start the MOOCs from semester 5 onwards, 5, 6 and 7. But the students has been given the opportunity and the flexibility to add up or to take that MOOC course even from semester 1 to 4. So before, like actual subject would be there in semester 5, but students can opt the particular subject anytime between semester 1 to 5. And once he submit the certificate, the university will consider the credit. So that is actually a flexibility what we are providing in terms of MOOCs while implementing the MOOCs. Yes, very important aspect, that is multiple entry and exit. So again, like yesterday also there was some discussion, like when we talk about the structures of the universities in India, so which is varied, like campus-based university, then affiliating kind of universities and that all. So being the affiliating kind of university, again it would be a little bit challenge, to implement this kind of very broader aspect like multiple entry and exit, how to do it. So fortunately through our very distinguished academic bodies and the group what we have under the visionary leadership of Vice Chancellor, we have created the framework and it is already like policy is already prepared and it is implemented. So we have now a policy to give the exit as well as entry both in all level of programs. This is the example of degree engineering again, where after first year, second year, third year, the students can get the exit with defined certificate. And obviously as a prerequisite, this is a mandatory component where apart from the credits of the particular year, student has to do 6 to 8 credit of skill course. And based on that, the university would provide the respective certificate, exit certificate, and based on the exit certificate or the prerequisites of entry, the students can be entered also in the different level and year of the programs. So this is about degree, then PG as well as diploma. All the 3 levels we have integrated. Most important thing is looking at the industry's requirement. So yesterday also there was some discussion like university may give the exit, but what about the industries? Whether the industries are aware that they can take these students at particular job roles. So universities parallelly not only to academic policy creation is one part, but we are also focusing to make the industry sensitized that these are not only like though the student has completed his first year or second year, but through that skill certification, he or she has carried that required skills on which the industries can give some job role, and that is also parallel work what we are doing. As a multidisciplinary and holistic education, the very important component is implementation of IKS, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, as well as the value-based education. So university has already implemented few of the unique programs, which is having the overall approach as a value-based program like CPDP, Contributor Personality Development Program, as well as IPDC, that is Integrated Personality Development Course. These programs are curated and released, developed by the very expert organizations. So they have that legacy to develop this kind of value-based education, and through their collaborations we are giving as a mandatory program to across the branches. IKS courses are already integrated. I'll talk a little bit more on IKS. We have the dedicated center called Dharohar, which is a GTU Center for Indian Knowledge System. It was established in 2018-19. And thanks to our former Vice Chancellor of VCT here, Dr. Naveen Sheth, he has envisioned the concept, and now that center is growing very fast under the leadership of the current Vice Chancellor. So Dharohar is the dedicated center. Like this is the website, just to show. It is open for all. So not only the GTU students, like obviously IKS courses are already integrated in all the level of GTU programs, either it is UG, diploma, PG, and even PhD. We have mandated the one literature review from IKS under the PhD program also. But looking at the need of spreading the IKS awareness among the youth, Dharohar is also catering the short-term certification programs to N number of candidates and aspirants worldwide. So this is just a snapshot that we have offered more than 23 courses, more than 1,700 students, even outside like foreign students, foreigners have taken the course, which are generally online. We already have integrated 2 academic programs simultaneously, which is the mandate, and also now the guidelines are available at the university to pursue PhD after bachelor's with specific criteria like 70% mark and having some additional 6 to 8 credit research courses. As far as promoting the Indian languages under the AICTE ages, we have already we were one of the top university who has catered the need of translation of the books in Gujarati language, and it is already done. Even we are preparing the Gujarati glossary, just the dictionary for the technical programs, and so various projects our teams are working as far as promoting the Indian knowledge, Gujarati knowledge, local language. Many lectures have been translated and uploaded on the YouTube in Gujarati, specifically for some difficult subjects like maths and that, all for the first year students. So this is all about a snapshot of multidisciplinary holistic education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raji. So we'll discuss later on. I thank all 4 speakers of this session, and after we will open the session.
Thank you so much, sir. So we are privileged to have with us Ms. Anita Baldwin Madam. She is a distinguished retired IAS officer of 1988 in Gujarat cadre. She has several significant positions in both state and central government. At the national level, she served as the Secretary of the Department of School of Education and Literacy under Ministry of HRD and the Chairperson of the CBSE. Following her retirement, she was appointed Chairperson of Gujarat Real Estate Regulatory Authority in 2023. Her career is marked by the impactful contribution to the education and government. We are eager to hear from you now. Please.
Good afternoon to all of the esteemed Vice Chancellors and the representatives representatives here. I'm very glad to be in this august company, and I'm really sorry for barging in. I was supposed to be here yesterday, but my travels abroad, I got a bug and I just could not make it. I'm so sorry for that. And I thought I, should not give it a miss. I must come and meet all of you. I was looking around thinking that maybe I've met some of you in my earlier posting in the ministry, but I don't think I've met any one of you, except the Gujarat people. So it's indeed my privilege to see you. So yesterday I was supposed to be talking about the transformation which India will have to undergo in the skills and competencies that the learners should have. And I thought that since I'm coming here today, and today is more or less like a sum-up session, so I thought I will press upon the urgency that why technological education institutions or universities need to transform yesterday. There is no time. And why we need to do it, I thought I'd speak about it. I'm sure all of you have gone through the latest Future of Job reports of the World Economic Forum, came out in 23. But more than that, what I found very interesting and which I often refer to when I work in the school education sector or in the higher education sector. Incidentally, I am chairing the NEP Implementation Committee for Gujarat. So I recently did a gap assessment for school, higher and technical education as to where do we stand as far as NEP is concerned, and I'm glad to tell you that higher and technical education of Gujarat are way ahead of many of the states in the country. There is another job the Future of Job report, which is LinkedIn. So if any of you are on LinkedIn, LinkedIn actually gives a job board. If you know what is a job board, Google has a job board. A job board is what are the kind of jobs that are out there which are being advertised for. Now what LinkedIn did is something very interesting. They came out with a Future of Jobs report based on the job boards in LinkedIn. And they found that out of the 18,000 odd new jobs that are coming out, more than 10% require AI as of now, as a part of their skills. But if you look at the job reports, the Future of Job reports of the World Bank, the World Economic Forum and LinkedIn, this is what you will get, and this is what my slides are about, and I'll talk about why there is an urgency. There is this person, you may have heard of him, he is the CEO of LinkedIn. Look at what he's saying. We need to shift away from antiquated signals like degree, pedigree, and where someone worked previously. Degrees are antiquated signals. Okay? And that is the only thing that is going to ensure that we have the right people with the right skills and the right roles doing their best work. When I was in the Central Board of Secondary Education as chairperson in 2019, we introduced a skill course on artificial intelligence for all school-going children from 8 to 11, grades 8 to 11. This was the first time any secondary board in the world had introduced this course. So a lot of interest was generated. We top people from IBM, they came to CDSE to meet me and they said we would like to employ your children who do AI and who pass out grade 10. And I was telling them, why would I sign on that? Why would I not want my children to go to college? He said it is antiquated. These were his words too. This is 2019 and we are in 2024 today. Okay? So let us look at the other reports. The World Economic Forum. What does it say? All the skills that we are using today, they will require 100% updation within 5 years. So 44% of our workers are likely to get updated in 2027. This is a world report. I'm not talking about India. 75% of the companies are going to adopt globally AI by 2027. Therefore, the net job change by 2027, there will be 83 million people who will be displaced. And this has been accepted not just by of course the WEF has come out with this, but the World Bank has accepted this report. So there is an urgent need for adaptive education. We can't sit back and say, my syllabus, my curriculum was made 2 years back, it's fairly new. even 2 months back is old. So that is the kind of adaptation which is required. In 2030, 85% of the jobs, according to World Economic Forum, would be such which has not been invented in 2023. These will be completely new jobs that do not exist today. Let me give you an idea. So just 2-3 weeks back, I was addressing some of your faculty, and I was telling them about the jobs. You have heard of prompt engineering is something everyone has heard of because it's the novel thing these days. But have you heard of human machine team manager? That's a job role on LinkedIn. You will find it there. How does human being collaborate with a machine to ensure the productivity of the organization is a proper job role. Cyber calamity forecaster is a job role which is advertised on LinkedIn. We haven't heard of it. So I'm just trying to show that this is what is going to happen. Therefore, the flexibility in the curriculum design has to be inbuilt from yesterday. I'm going to insist on this on yesterday. AI adoption is going to transform every job. In the government, we are seeing it. I was the other day talking to some school education people, and they were saying, competency-based education kya hota hai? In school education, the National Curriculum Framework has clearly laid down the competencies. It says in grade 6, these are the competencies you have to achieve. Now, what is competency-based education for school? Stop looking at textbooks. They just do not matter whether you complete the chapter or the syllabus. What do you have to see? You have to see that the child achieves the competencies within that stage of learning, right? The same thing applies here for higher education. We have to stop looking at completion of syllabus, completion of modules, completion of textbooks, completion of courses. We have to look at completion of or imbibing of competencies which are futuristic. AI is a competency which is required by all of us, in the government included. So I was talking to these school education people कि आप competency based items बनाना शुरू करो for board exams. They said it's a very difficult process. It is. You need psychometricians to validate it. It's a very difficult process. In CBSE, when I started making competency-based items in 2019, to make one item, it used to take me 1 week because the experts used to sit, used to validate. That's the way we worked. But what happened after ChatGPT came? All I need to do is give a very good prompt. Here is my competency, I am stating it. Give me a contextualized competency-based item which is contextualized to the locality of Gujarat and which is based on a real life situation which a Gujarat student experiences. Give me 10 items, it will give it to me in 2 seconds. So look at what AI is doing for us. Examinations are going to be very easy if you want to make them competency based. Of course, you will need to get it validated. You can't simply depend on ChatGPT. Therefore, universities will need AI integrated programs across disciplines. I am the chairperson of the standing committee of the Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University of Gujarat. And I have mandated it for them that every course under the sun in PDU, every child who comes out of PDU will be AI ready. So whether the child is doing liberal arts, which means humanities, or commerce, or literature, or engineering, or energy, they have to be AI ready when they get out. So we are preparing a module out there for every child. And the module, what I have told them is to be revised every 2 months. Look at what is happening at the AI universe. Have you guys seen Khan Miko, for example? Has anybody seen Khan Miko? KHANMIT. Anybody has heard of Khan Academy? Khan Academy has come out with Khan Miko. Khan Miko is the AI teacher. So this AI teacher, आपका कुछ भी doubt है, just go to Khan Miko, ask them math, science, whatever, and it teaches you adaptively in accordance with your requirements. Even teachers will need replacement at some point of time. So AI integrated programs have to be done yesterday. This is something which we are just not looking at. But the fact is that green jobs are going rapidly. We do not have the skills anywhere in our technological universities to meet climate changes, and these skills have to be integrated. In LinkedIn, what they found in the Future of Jobs report is more than 40% of the jobs are green, more than 40% across the world. So therefore, we need an interdisciplinary effort for integrating technology and environment education everywhere. So whatever technology we are giving, whether it's simple mechanical engineering, simple civil engineering, it is possible to integrate environmental education along with it. Also, 50% jobs growth is going to be. So we spoke about jobs which are coming up. Now look at the growth of jobs. 50% of the jobs and the job growth and the job churn will be because of AI. Therefore, ethical AI will become very important. And ethics, nobody teaches better than India. Indian knowledge system, nothing better than that. So universities will need to integrate ethics. Ethics is something which we consider as, I was just seeing in the previous Pure Bhai's presentation. We call it audit course. Okay, without mandatory, it's mandatory but no credit. I take strong objection to that. I mean, everything according to the NEP is learning. There is no extracurricular, there is no audit, there is no co-curricular, there is nothing, everything is curricular. So therefore, ethics has to become a part of not only a separate course, but a part of every course, integrated into our discipline. New roles in AI require flexibility in the curricular design. So every time there is something in AI which comes up, Khan Nico has come up, change it. Claude, आपने किसी ने देखा है? Has anybody experimented with Claude, CLAUDE? No, please see it. Has anybody seen Google Notebook LM? Okay, now I'll tell you how interesting it is. Recently I wrote a book and it is called The Power of Curiosity. It is a fiction on how NEP is implemented in a school in a rural setting. So it's a whole story about a girl. I was looking for how do I put this on media. So I went to Google Notebook LM and I gave the prompt, a proper prompt, and I pressed conversation. It came out with a 20 minutes fantastic podcast, entirely generated in two voices, a male and a female. And it's a fantastic podcast. I use that podcast now for my book. I can't believe it, I can't do it myself. It is so creative. So look at the way things are changing. So flexibility will be required. Now changing skill requirements kya hai? First is creativity and innovation. This is something which AI will not be able to take. So design thinking agar aapke yahan nahi hai, every child who passes the precincts of your university must have an idea what is design thinking. Design thinking is all about creating designs for the welfare of humanity. And that is something which a technical person must be very adept at. So design thinking is something which can become a mandatory or an integral course. The traits that make us human become very important. Which are those traits? Leadership, social influence, cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility means I am right, I am always right, and you are always wrong is not cognitive flexibility. What is cognitive flexibility is, I can be wrong, so can you be, but together let's find out what is the right thing. So cognitive flexibility, when I'm always ready to learn, I'm doing lifelong learning, it becomes so important, and this needs to be caught by the students. It can never be taught, but it needs to be caught by the student by example. Technology has these issues. The second thing which you guys have been talking about since yesterday is skills are more important than degrees. I want to labor on this. A degree is about a syllabus, a course, maybe some competencies and capacities. Competencies and skills are something which is going to take the person forward in job giving or job seeking. So skills become more important. Now skill transferability is even more important. So if we are giving a skill to a child which is not transferable, then there is no business of giving that skill to the child. What do we mean by transferability? That it is equally applicable across jobs. So if I have the skill of communication, I should be able to use it in my present job role in Vera, in my job in PTEU, or in my job in Germany, or wherever I'm posted, or even while talking to you. So skills have become more important than degrees, and unless we realize it and we do not focus so much on having a rigid degree system, but we focus on a flexible, integrated skill system, that is what is important. How do I go back to this? EQ also becomes very important. Now, what is EQ? The emotional intelligence and emotional quotient. And we talked about IKS. IKS is the best way of acquiring EQ. And therefore, when we are teaching IKS, it should not simply be a topic to be covered or a syllabus to be covered. It should provide these skills of emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, leadership, collaboration, ethics, everything that is important. So IKS should not be a subject which is boring, but it should be something which provides skills. Now coming to future readiness. First thing we need to do now, remove the digital divide. How you do it? You are vice chancellors, you are empowered, you will have to take the work. Next thing what you have to do is you need to build a reskilling ecosystem. अभी तक जो हम skills दे रहे थे शायद उसको unlearn करना पड़ेगा, unskill करना. We need a reskilling ecosystem where we are future ready. So उसके लिए you can do a lot of things. I have said a few things out here, but you can do so many other things. This is something which I feel we are not doing in India to that extent. It is called micro-credentials. So what do we do here? Everything is a course, everything is a module, everything is a semester. But why not micro-credentials? Why not Coursera? Why not Udemy? If you look at Coursera, I'm actually enrolled on Udemy and Coursera on around 15 courses right now. I keep doing courses on them. I have learned my AI through Coursera. It is fantastic. Why do we need to reinvent the wheel? So if you find something like Coursera or Udemy in India, if you don't find, then you have this, you have MOOCs, you have Harvard MOOCs, you have so many MOOCs available. So why reinvent the wheel? Why not allow micro-credentials? Why wait to reinvent the wheel? So this is my request. Micro-credentials is something which also catches the attention span of our children. Attention span बहुत कम है. बच्चों का भी हमारा भी. Micro-credentials is actually integrated with their attention span. So it should become a part of your multidisciplinary approach. Sustainability integrated technical education. You must have heard the Honorable PM's recent speech on PMAY, PM Awas Yojana, where he said it's all right that we are building affordable housing, but are we also building affordable sustainable housing? So what does it require? It requires for civil engineers to have sustainability integrated technical education. Is it there? And right now building the new RERA building in Gujarat, because we don't have a RERA office. And we are actually doing a lot of research on how to make it green. From green cement to green paint to green pipes for the purpose of drainage, etc. So much is out there, and we are finding it so amazing to do this research. And it is available in India. कोई बोरीवली में manufacturer है, कोई केरला में है, कोई कहाँ है. It's amazing to see what is happening in this country on sustainability. Are we teaching it? That is the point. Ethics I spoke about. Ethics can be best taught or understood or awareness generated in children by doing case studies on ethical dilemmas. I know that we do not have a basket of ethical dilemma case studies in India, but it would be a good idea for technological universities to develop case studies on technical issues on ethical dilemmas. It would be a great idea to do it, and that is the best way of actually catching it. This is something we need to prepare for. Prepare the students for hybrid workplaces. My son-in-law, he is an American, Gora American. He is working with a multinational. He's an AI expert. He works from home. And I keep asking him that working from home, how is it different? Because earlier, before COVID, he used to work in the office. And he always tells me there are two skills that are required to work from home on a hybrid situation when you're online. One is collaboration skills and two is communication skills. Otherwise things can go awry. So collaboration skills online, human machine team manager will be doing these things. So collaboration skills and communication skills are so important. Future is hybrid workplaces. In my own office in RERA, despite the government of Gujarat does not have this order. I have given this order that in a year you are allowed to work from home for 6 days. We are experimenting. And you choose those 6 days. My office people are so happy that they are doing it, and I find that the productivity goes up on the days that they are working from home. So future even in the government and perhaps even in education would be hybrid, would be blended. So we need to understand these skills. We also need to prepare our children for the workforce for automation, complete automation. People who are going to work in the sectors of logistics, for example, healthcare, agriculture, media. Are you aware that the war correspondent of Ukraine is a robot? Have you seen that robot? She comes and she gives you the latest, aaj itne bomb gire, aur aaj ye hua, aaj hua. She's a robot. So imagine where life is going. So lot of sectors are going to get automated. Are we preparing our children for it? कि हम उनसे अभी भी कह रहे हैं कि अभी करो तुम calculation करो, sit down and work out this. Here is your maths problem. हाथ से लिख करके करो. Is it required? What is required is what we need to focus on. Universities, technological universities have to become the hub of innovation. You look at the example of the GTU because I know it, and iHub, etc. in Gujarat because I know about it. In PDU, we have our own incubation centers. It's the hub of innovation. In PDU, we managed to get Micron to donate 3 machines to us from Singapore worth 12 crores, on which now we are teaching our students about semiconductors. So how this process happened is because it is a hub of innovation. I think all universities will have to do this. Look at the future and bring that future into the university for your students. But while you are becoming a hub of innovation, do not forget that global competitiveness will have to be balanced with localization. If we start looking only on one side and not balance it, then sustainability becomes a shikar of that. So we will have to build collaborations. And उसके लिए बच्चों में क्या होना चाहिए? Multicultural competency. This is something you may never have heard of. So the child has to have competency to be able to be sensitive to multiple cultures. So if the child comes to Gujarat, should be sensitive to the fact कि यहाँ पर जो है नमस्ते नहीं कहेंगे, जय श्री कृष्ण कहेंगे. You should not take it otherwise. So that kind of sensitivity. When you go out in Bengal, in the south, if you are a lady and you are called Amma, you should not feel bad. पंजाब में आपको अम्मा बोल देंगे तो चाटे पड़ेंगे आपको. But आपको साउथ में अम्मा बोलेंगे, अम्मा is a term of respect. So that kind of thing that I'm just giving you a very small example, but multicultural competency is a skill which is required for this purpose. Agile curricula. Because the future is totally unpredictable. So you cannot have a rigid curriculum. So what happens in the government and probably in universities, we come out with this rigid circular. It is hereby decided that the curriculum for undergraduate degree in, let us say, mechanical engineering shall be as follows. Cannot. It has to be agile curriculum. It is hereby stated that for the present, this shall be the curriculum until it changes, until the scenario changes, the ecosystem changes. You have to have a team of people like what they are doing in GTU. You have to have a team of people who are constantly advising you as to what should be the agility, कहाँ change की ज़रूरत है, किस चीज़ में. Things are changing so fast. I like to say this all the time. I retired on 30th November 2022. 5:30 I retired in the evening. Delhi में time 5:30 होता है. I retired 6:30. Tweet by Sam Altman. ChatGPT is now public. And I come home and instead of happy retirement, I'm saying chat GPT on my WhatsApp. I say, kya cheez hai? No happy retirement, what is this? And I open it. And that's the day I got hooked to it. Because it was in the public domain and I got hooked to it. And I'm so grateful it happened after my retirement. I'm sure I would have been able to do it while I was in service. But what I have seen of the AI is it can go wrong and it can go right. It is up to us in the education sector to make it go right. So we have to have our own pathways. We have to address all these skill gaps. And you will become the nation builders. See, higher education ka jo part hai, they do a lot of research, but they do it in the social sector, in the humanities sector, etc. You are the guys who are doing the cutting edge research. And the cutting edge research now has to be up to date with what China is doing. Did you see the news report today of China? I don't know if you saw it. So what China has been up to so far is, they were into manufacturing. So if I would ask you, ki China ka kya, I mean, what do you think about China's economy? Then you say, they manufacture everything. They will just pick up anything and imitate it. And probably do a better job or a similar job, maybe a worse job also. Some Chinese foods are really bad. Of late, what has happened is that the countries have realized what China is doing. Therefore, countries in the West particularly and the European countries have started banning Chinese goods. Okay, because of which, and also they have started having a look at which scientist is being exported to China, because China used to pick up scientists. So China is finding itself in a corner now. This is the time when India should strike. India has some of the best scientists, some of the best universities, some of the best learners and faculties. This is the time for India to strike. And we have such a good ecosystem right now, politically, geographically, in every way. Historically, we have a very good ecosystem right now. So in the end, I just want to quote a para from NEP. There is no better investment towards a society's future than the high quality education of our young people. So you will have to ensure that if whatever was to be done tomorrow, we are doing it yesterday. That is the only way. There is an urgency for this transformation for the purpose of skilling and ensuring that our learners are useful and productive for the future jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, the session is open for the discussion. Anything, all the 4, 5.
She has 10 minutes, so yeah.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to add one word actually you made mention about the cultural competence. So we talk about IQ, we talk about WQ. Now it is called cultural intelligence.
Yes.
That has become now very critical. We really want the world you are. You need to adapt yourself. And that is what we call as the cultural intelligence. Very interesting.
So what I'm able to do is put AI across audiences and so what it, kids are already there, they are up to it. So what we are seeing in the transformation in the teachers अपने आप करने लगे हैं कि ये लोग ये पूछ रहे हैं हम लोग ये कैसे करना है. There's another difference. It's not.
Yes, actually teachers should be taught some of the basic tools. Because what I found in faculty also is basic tools we नहीं पता है. जो basic गाना है बहुत basic. This notebook LM that I spoke about is very basic. Claude is absolutely basic. But faculty have no idea. So they also need access to this training actually.
That's one of the
I'm listening, very fascinating your speech. But how do we get up to that level? No, it's quite fascinating to listen to you. Very curiosity you have
Okay, so you are from
how
which
to
state?
get up to that level at this stage, and as our societies are more complacent.
Yeah, which state are you from?
I am from Northeast, Assam.
Assam. Assam is coming up very well. At least in school education, I'm so happy with the work that they are doing. Higher education, frankly, I'm not very exposed to in Assam. But again, there the ecosystem is very good. And see what I have seen, at least in Gujarat, in Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, the places where I've done some intensive work, vice chancellors have a great deal of respect. So, अगर एक vice chancellor बोलता है, this is what we want to do. It is taken very seriously. I think since you guys are the leaders, it should not be a problem in saying Gujarat is doing this, Karnataka is doing that, Odisha is doing that. Why are we not doing it? Should not be a problem. Resources can be a problem, and that is where a lot of public-private partnership will have to come in. Assam may be not very industrial as compared to Gujarat, where we have a lot of industry and a lot of support. But because there is a lot of CSR available, there are huge industries and corporate sectors who are ready to give their CSR for education. We will need to tap it.
CSR, madam, what is happening? They have their own targets. They are not reaching out to marginalized people.
इसमें communication and collaboration skills बहुत चाहिए, negotiation skills बहुत चाहिए.
You are right, but it's not networking.
Communication skills.
Negotiation, communication, collaboration, everything is required. And even if you don't have the resources, सबके पास ये है ना, enough. This is enough. So as you are chairing the session, would you like to?
So any question from any point from anybody on the madam's presentation? कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, बस धन्यवाद देंगे क्योंकि पीपीटी तैयार करने जान है पीपीटी तैयार जान रहे थे और अब तक जितना भी सुन रहे थे तो सब जाना पड़ता है कि तुरंत एक चीज जानना है कितना नाम आया है So I think we should conclude the session. Thanks, Madam
आपको लिखना है ना बेसिक, बिकॉज मैं बहुत डीपली हूँ. बाय द वे आई एम नॉट अ टेक्निकल पर्सन, आई एम अ आर्ट्स MA also, but totally into technology for governance. Name the technology, I talk about it. So the chat GPT, Claude, Llama, ये तीन आपके बेसिक हो गए. ओके, उसके बाद गामा, कैनवा, ये आपके प्रेजेंटेशंस कम्युनिकेशन के लिए आ जाएगा. फिर गूगल नोटबुक LM, ये इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाएगा. मिड जर्नी, दिस इज इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर क्रिएटिंग गुड पिक्चर्स एक्सेट्रा. ये बस इतना हो, दैट्स ऑल.
हमें ऐसा लगता है कि हमें सबको AI में बहुत कुछ करना है और डाउन द लाइन यूनिवर्सिटी में बहुत करना है. तो AI में आज इतना मतलब बताया कि वी हैव टू गो डाउन. So I thanks Madam and I thanks all the four speakers of the session, particularly Dr. Nitin George, and he has spoken very well in the implementation of NEP 22 at Gandhinagar. And particularly I was just surprised to the scheme Explorer. It's a very nice scheme, and I think that gives a lot of idea to students across the country. And then also thanks Dr. Sundar Manoharam for speaking on the energy training sector and skill sector, skill in semiconductor, particularly semiconductor. Professor Sachin Kumar, who is talking about the need of communication and critical thinking of the university and the students, and regarding the visa, who has discussed about the particularly micro courses, MOOCs courses, and
and there is only 2 academic programs we are going in ETUs, very nice ideas. And the ICT this also has come, but earlier it was only we can do 1 degree in one time, but now the UGC University has given permission, you can go parallelly simultaneously to program. So I thanks all the speakers and for the audience for a very good discussion to explore the possibility of NEP 2050. Thank you very much.
So, most of you are on AI, ChatGPT and many other. So you know that there is an AI allotted field. The more we start asking first question, we will define what is redesign. So here is the answer which you always have. कि AI take over करेगा, ये होगा, वो होगा. And I feel that today she is one step ahead of AI. She has become like an AI which gets allotted on ChatGPT. She allotted so many things to ask. So this is where the answers, a few glimpses of answers, how we can stay ahead of AI. Thank you. I think so, yeah. So what's the next plan? Is break for lunch? Yes.
So we will meet for the next session
Welcome back. A very hearty good afternoon all dignitaries present over here. Let's begin this session with a great thought. There are dreamers and there are planners. The planners make their dream come true. Theme of this session is Indian knowledge system and internationalization of education. I take immense pleasure and pride in introducing Dr. Naveen Sheth sir. Dr. Naveen Sheth sir is distinguished academic leader and former Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Technological University. With a PhD in pharmacy, he has made significant contribution to pharmaceutical education and research. Under his leadership, GTU became a hub of innovation, research and entrepreneurship, establishing various centers of excellence and fostering international collaboration. Professor Sheth has played an active role in national committee and aimed at improving pharmaceutical and technical education in India. A prolific author, he has published numerous research papers in national and international journals with a focus on bridging academia and industry. GTU welcomes you, sir. I would like to request Professor Dr. Naveen Sheth, sir, to chair the session. Please, sir.
Chancellor Rajul Madam, all respected Vice Chancellor, Head Directors and invitees. So very much I congratulate the team of the GTU and particularly the Honorable Vice Chancellor for arranging this very important conclave, because when NEP 2020 and her implementation, so implementation part is very important, lot of confusion across the nation as far as the medical field is concerned, technical field is concerned. There is a confusion in so many things. The more confusion particularly, that is with the Indian knowledge system. So many experts and professors say that what is the use of Indian knowledge system in engineering, technology, that type of the bubbling in some conference. So to understand the Indian knowledge system, the importance, actually in NEP 2020, this is an important component, important reforms by the NEP 2020. So very first, Indian knowledge system. So Indian knowledge system, then as far as the India is concerned, not the political boundary, the knowledge from the Indian subcontinent, means from Gandhar, from Kandahar, Afghanistan to the Burma. The whichever the knowledge created in this area, the synthesized in this area, that is the main concern. Suppose Paini, the birthplace in Pakistan, but Paini is one of the important person as far as the Vyakran is concerned, and it is a part and parcel of the Indian knowledge system. So Indian knowledge system is this the Sanskritik Bharat, the creation in that area. The second thing, the Indian knowledge system, it is a multi-dimensional and multidisciplinary subject. It is not a separate subject, because sometimes we have introduced Bhagavad Gita, we have introduced the Vedic maths in as a one subject or a one baskets. We have added these are okay. That's a good thing, but the main thing is to integrate. Means every subject there is a contribution of India in with a very well documented tax records. It can be proved, and a well accepted knowledge with us in every subject. Either it may be metallurgy, either it may be architecture, either it may be philosophy. In all subjects, this Indian knowledge system is there. So, important thing that Honorable Atul Bhai has suggested yesterday, that in each and every subject, these component, particularly the Indian knowledge system, what is that to be introduced in that. So every subject we have to how this Indian knowledge system to be incorporated. Suppose GTU very good initiative is taken, particularly all theses of the PhD, they have the literature survey with reference to that topic. So GTU made compulsory that along with the other reference of the modern style and everything, you have to also write the contents with the Indian knowledge system. So students will refer the books that what is the suppose for a chemistry, he will refer the contribution of Prabhu Chandra Roy, he will refer the Nagarjuna. So he may be as far as the pharmacy is concerned. So many plants are described in Chark Samhita, Sarandar Samhita. So when he is working on that plant, then he has to give the reference of the all this knowledge. India is a knowledge hub. Even after destroying the library, burning the books and other thing, even at today we have 10 million manuscripts with us, well documented. The confusing part is that particularly that very first how to integrate. Second thing, Indian knowledge system, we have one part that is well documented, well tabulated, well accepted, can be proved scientifically. So that to be at all platforms we have to describe it. And it is a well documented and scientifically proved. So it is to be there everywhere. Second, we have the knowledge in Veda, Purana, but that is to be, the research to be added, that knowledge, how it is to be presented in a scientific way, how it is to be proved scientifically, that is second part. Third part, sometimes with some knowledge, some story we are describing on the platform of the Indian knowledge system, that Ganesha, that it was a plastic surgery by the elephant and other thing like that. So if we don't have any scientific proof, well tabulation, well tabulated, then it is to be avoided. Otherwise, the good things are vanished. So whichever the well documented, scientifically accepted, that is to be propagated. Our generation, they are totally devoid of that whole knowledge. That's why they don't have any proud for the India, because he don't tell that what is the contribution of India as far as the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or Sarvajana Sukha, Sarvajana, he don't know. And because of the so many reasons we know that otherwise. And second thing, the tax which is available, but it is known as a religious tax. Suppose Gita, it is a religious tax, they will say, but it is not a religious tax. It is a tax of knowledge. Veda, Purana, tax of knowledge. So that's why all our generation is devoid of this whole knowledge, which is a treasure of the knowledge. So I think the integration part, that the Indian knowledge system is not a extra burden given to the students, one more subject, Indian knowledge system. So what is the use of that and like that and that type of the discussion. It is to be integrated. It is to be integrated with all subjects. Suppose those who are working with the metallurgy, now how this zinc was melted, it is very difficult. So we have a very traditional system, but our metallurgy students, they are not available. They are not aware of all these things. In Gujarat it is written that this Arjuna, the terminalia Arjuna, it is a cardiotonic. So it can be proved scientifically and it can be presented. So proper integration with subjects, it is the important part to implement the Indian knowledge system. That is my. So it is like a old story, Indian knowledge system. We have heard the story of the elephant and 6 blind person. So when they touch to the different parts and accordingly they describe the elephant. All are correct individually, but they are not correct. So in true science, this Indian knowledge system to be used. So definitely the different university, they have a good practice and they have introduced this system. So we will, so this session, I think there will be a good result and interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable thoughts. Moving ahead for the session, I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Ravikant, Dean, Academics, SVNIT Surat. Dr. Ravikant is a distinguished academic leader and professor at SVNIT Surat. He holds a PhD and specializes in areas including supply chain management, sustainable and green supply chain management, etc. With extensive research and teaching experience, Dr. Kant has contributed significantly to the advancement of this field. His work focuses on optimizing supply chain through sustainable practices and improving decision-making framework to address complex operational challenges in the industry. As the Dean Academics at SVNIT Surat, he plays a pivotal role in shaping academic policies and driving excellence in education. G2, welcome you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ravikant, sir. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. Advisor, National Secretary Shiksha Sanskriti Anyas, Vice Chancellor of GTU Dr. Rajul K. Dajjar, Vice Chancellor of other universities, Directors of various places, Dean Academics, Professors and Teachers of GTU University. It is my pleasure to stand before you in this gathering, and I congratulate the GTU because this gathering is having one uniqueness. We have a presentation from Institute of National Importance, Institute of Eminence, then we have a central universities, state universities, and almost we are covering almost 13 to 16 of the states from where people have joined in. This Indian knowledge system and internationalization of education, this is the one of the important topics, and probably every time when NEP discuss, so this internationalization of education is always a last session for and here also it is the same. I will can you help me?
Yes, sir.
Now, according to Chanakya, the education, the graduate should have three basic things. One is that creation of new knowledge, vidya, vivek, wisdom to use the right knowledge in right time and place for right purpose, and vicharta, the skill set to get the proper result of knowledge in real life. And if you look into the Bharati knowledge system, like sir has coined yesterday, so we require a balance in all these. And it is also true that we had been providing education from the long years, and somewhere we are struggling to balance it. If you look into the NEP policies, and in this NEP policy, see this policy also it took almost 34 years to came, and this is the first policy of the 20th century, and it is in our shoulder, and it has to be go to the up to the 2047 when we are dreaming to India as a Viksit Bharat. Now, if you look into this NEP and the effort of Ministry of Education, they are more towards the skill set. They don't want to create only the knowledge, but they also want to create a wisdom which can build a national character, and can we create a skill set into the curriculum. Now we all has been studying, and if you observe the syllabus, so hardly we are able to introduce the skill set into the syllabus. And it is the challenge, even when we go to the institution and say that you identify a skill set into the syllabus, so probably it is at the minimum level. What is there? Knowledge is at the first stop. So this we required a balanced system, and for that, Bharati knowledge system is the one of the things. Next slide. Now, the Seth Sahab was talking, and Sarwar has also deliberated into the opening session. See, this Indian knowledge system, Bharati knowledge system, has many things. Now, what is happening in general, because we are traveling, we have friends into the various university institutions. So, our effort is, if you look into a number of, electives have been introduced, number of subjects have been introduced. So basically those subjects are on the side of philosophy, spirituality, and literature and the languages. We are not able to understand, or if we are understanding also, we have a limitation that within the component, how we can identify the knowledge system. And one of the example, if you look into the Indian knowledge system, sustainability and the environmental philosophy, the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it is from the years we are practicing it, and in 2015, UN came out with the Sustainable Development Goal. So those 70 goals has now become a philosophy, because somebody else has told, we are believing it. We are not believed what we have. So that was the one of the aspect where we are struggling it, and we have to believe our strength. We are nowhere less than any of the Western country or the Americans, where because see, the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam says that sustainability was imbibed, but we now in 2015 SDGs and every syllabus. Now if you look into the journals also, they say that we are targeting these SDG goals. Even government also, we are following. So for that, and yesterday it was the discussion, it was the right discussion. Sir has pointed out that we need not to do in every aspect. Let the university should focus into certain things. Like if we are a science and technology universities, so I will focus on the science and technology things more. I will focus on the other aspect also, but I will try to see it, which will create a guiding for the other university. Because we have also a guide. If you look into it, institutions, we have been, the rank, like, institutes of national importance, then IITs, NITs, state universities, central university. We have received that between our system and what we are practicing it. But if we have to decide that, because either we are on the shoulder of NEP or NEP is on our shoulder, that part also we have to think in this particular direction. And this is also a thing. What is happening is that universities are competing to each other. It is fine. We should have a competition, but we should also see that when it comes to the system, we should support also. Let the small university should grow. I think the right decision has taken by the government of India. They had identified some 83, the central universities, and through which state university has been the linked up. So that effort is going on. Next. Now, if you look into the internalization, so one of the things is that global knowledge and education diplomacy. See, there is two things. One is that Indian higher education are opening campuses abroad, or the foreign campuses also. Government is coming out with the regulation; they will open it. But it has advantage and disadvantage. See, what is our motto? We should be clear that for what purpose we are opening it, because once we are permitting it, so at least when we are creating a new institution, we should see it in the perspective of Indian knowledge system, Bharati knowledge system. Otherwise, it will take longer time to get the realization of those benefits. And it is true that if we will go to the other countries, or some country university will come here. It is going to increase win-win situation for everybody. But we have to be cautious while implementing the policy, execution of the curriculum, and the way we have to carry out. Next. We also have to look into that, interdisciplinary learning. So we can have the integration of yoga, Ayurveda in the modern health and wellness into the curriculum. Like, if this is also having a scope that many of the universities can take this and open the center into the other countries where yoga and Ayurveda is one of the established system. And now world is following. Yesterday, madam was telling that my some was I think madam बोल रही थी कि उनके घर में पोती जो है बीमार पड़ गई. So we are talking for Ayurveda, but just look into the strength whether these things can work into the globalization of education and the diplomacy of the education. Now, of course, for internalization, the collaboration and research are also there. Lot of things have been happening, but still we are exchange, joint degree program, training program. It is happening, but thing is, it is at the very lower scale, and one of the prime factor is the finance. Because being like we are the public institution, when students come, so they have the certain fee structure, and when we go for the collaboration, whether the student will be agreeing to that or not agreeing to that, also a case is there. And this is true that whenever somebody is going from here, from there, some foreign country, the cost of education is higher. But can we are putting effort that somebody from the foreign institution, they come for the joint degree program filled with the Indian universities. It is happening, but scale I may not be aware. Another one thing is that the joint research and publication. This is also one of the important aspects where if our Indian institutions are working for the QS ranking, and if they are aspire for the QS ranking, so this is the one of the important aspect. And then student exchange at the school level. See, we talk for the universities and other, but at the school level also it can be thought, because parents are inspired to pay for a higher fee for the school. If you think, आप कभी देखिए घर में हमारे बच्चे जब छोटे हैं तो बेस्ट प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ाते हैं, but when they are becoming at 11, 12, उनको क्या चाहिए? They need IITs, they need best government institutions, they need it. So I think that part also can be explored, where the student exchange can be, school level can be done. And then one of the not problem, but it has to be addressed, that what is the admission system, because our admission system in the higher education is not uniform. We are not accepting the SAT or LSAT or GRE or something, so that part has to be taken care. And then the cultural diplomacy in the soft form. Next. Few slides I will put for my institution. We are running 11 courses, and out of 5 courses we started from 23 and 24. Because the one of the prime requirement of NEP is the diversification, and because of diversification we introduced 4 new courses. We also introduced 1 new course into the BTech AI and the MTech AI, and then MBA. And I am happy to inform that we started 2 centers. One is the Indian Knowledge System Center, which is offering electives and the minor degree program, and Tribal Technology Development Center that has been introduced from this year for 2024, which is also initial stages is there. We had started offering the electives from this semester and the minor degree program, but it has its own objective. If you look into this tribal technology development, it is more towards the community development, and you also aware that we are situated at Surat, which is surrounded by the 6 tribal districts of the Gujarat. Next. Now, if you look into the admissions, so we have admission from the DASA, ICCR and Study in India. Basically, these admissions are basically for the foreign nationals. Now, we also know that because we have always restrictions for the seat, but Government of India, Ministry of Education has come out with a supernumerary thing, which is happening well. But still, it has to be formalized, and for that, Ministry has already constituted a committee to decide the admission criteria, because every institution under the DASA, ICCR has own. हाँ सर
आपका इंस्टीट्यूट क्या बताएगी जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस
हाँ वो आगे ले जाएंगे
उसी पे चले जाएंगे समय भी बहुत हो गया
जस्ट 2 मिनट तो मैं बंद कर नेक्स्ट this is the practice where we have a international student advisor. That is the dedicated section into Dean Academic Office, then Professor in charge, International Affairs, and then we have a MOU committee which is empowered to sign the MOU. It is approved from the MOU, and then the another initiatives are that we are running the winter schools of 1 to 2 weeks where the foreign nationals can come, and this is the new things we are starting, that is short duration courses for the 3 months. I think I have done with that. Thank you sir.
Thank you so much sir for sharing your thoughts. एक छोटी सी सूचना आप सभी के लिए है। शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास द्वारा शिक्षा उत्थान ये बुक है नाम से एक पुस्तक विकसित की गई है। इस पुस्तक में राष्ट्रीय समस्याओं के समाधान का मूल मंत्र, अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ एनसीईआरटी, चरित्र विकास एक साधन, दान की दरियादिली इत्यादि मुद्दों की चर्चा की गई है। इसका मूल्य बहुत गौण है, आजीवन लाजवाब 1000 रुपए है, और इसको लेने के लिए प्रकाशक का कांटेक्ट नंबर ग्रुप में शेयर किया जाएगा।
पीरियोडिकल है, बुक नहीं है, मैगजीन है, 2 महीने में एक बार निकलती है।
आगे बढ़ते हुए अगले कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत एक विचार से करते हैं। कहते हैं तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है, मंजिलें जमीन भर नहीं, आसमान अभी बाकी है। इस सकारात्मक विचार के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए फ्यूचर प्लानिंग डिस्कशन ऑन एनईपी के लिए भविष्य की योजना हम कैसे करेंगे, उसके लिए मैं ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर राजू गजर मैम से निवेदन करूंगी कि सत्र को मॉडरेट करें, और साथ ही साथ आज के सेशन चेयर डॉक्टर प्रतीक शर्मा सर, डॉक्टर शमशेर सिंह सर, डॉक्टर नवीन शेठ सर से निवेदन है कि साथ ही साथ जुड़े और अपने सुझाव दें। प्लीज सर, प्लीज मैम।
What are the opportunities? What are the best practices? इसका थोड़ा एक मैं so that for the way forward he knows. Way forward से जाने से पहले हम एक summarize कर देते हैं so that I will
Most important thing is to summarize this. One of the most important issues from the education and research was to obviously there are practices which are being followed in which था तो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो करके आई है वो ये है कि उसको जो करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हमको एक बार जो मैक्रो क्रेडेंशियल्स जो एग्जिस्टिंग मैक्रो क्रेडेंशियल्स उनको हमको किसी न किसी तरह से फॉर्मल करिकुलम में लेकर के आना होगा और वो एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज ऊपर करके और स्पेशली जो IISc बैंगलोर का मॉडल था उसमें इनफैक्ट 2 महीने का स्पेशली बच्चों का इंटर्नशिप दो सेमेस्टर का इंडस्ट्री के साथ जो एसोसिएशन था उसमें एक स्टार्टअप के लिए इनिशिएट करना उनको और इनिशिएट करके फिर जो है वापस बच्चा जो वापस अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में आता है तो जो इंडस्ट्री से जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं वो सीख करके और इनोवेशन की तरफ उसका जो ध्यान बढ़ाने और एक अपना हमारा टीचिंग का जो पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस हमारा रहा उसमें जो रॉ टैलेंट जो बच्चों का आता है ये हमारा एक्सपीरियंस भी रहा और इनफैक्ट टीचिंग में भी इनोवेशन में हमने देखा कि खासतौर पर जो कन्वेंशनल ब्रांचेस ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग है उन बच्चों को अगर हम इनोवेटिव प्रोजेक्ट्स में स्टार्टअप्स में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक्टिविटीज़ में जब तक हम हैंड्स ऑन के लिए नहीं करेंगे और एलुमनाई एंगेजमेंट जो कि अच्छे पोजिशन है उनके साथ उनको ना अगर हम बैठेंगे तो उनका उत्साह और मोटिवेशन जो हार्डकोर इंजीनियरिंग ब्रांच है उसमें ज़्यादा करने में बहुत ज़्यादा और ये तभी हो पाएगा जब हमारा जो जस्ट टू गिव एन एग्जाम्पल जैसे कभी भी हम बीटेक कंप्लीट करने के बाद इंडस्ट्री में जाते हैं तो इंडस्ट्री उनको ट्रेन करती है स्किल करती है तो स्टूडेंट्स इंडस्ट्री रेडी नहीं है इस काम चाहे आप रेलवे में जाइए चाहे TCS में जाइए इन्फोसिस में जाइए तो व्हाट वी हैव टू डू इज वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई कि इंडस्ट्री एंगेजमेंट उसका बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है और इंडस्ट्री एंगेजमेंट भी लैब ओनरशिप हो जाए टेक इंडस्ट्री की जिसमें कुछ लैब ओन करें और उनके एक्सपेरिमेंट्स वहाँ पे हो पाएँ और इनफैक्ट जैसे हमारा ट्राइबोलॉजी की लैब एक इंडस्ट्री स्पॉन्सर कर रही है जो चीज़ इंडस्ट्री रिसर्च कराना चाहती है खुद जो कि नहीं कर पा रही है वो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन हो सकती है और ये इनफैक्ट इस मॉडल को मैं और एक थोड़ा सा और डिटेल में बोलना चाहूँगा कि जैसे मैं पुराना हमारे उसमें होता था कि जो कोई भी राज्य होता था उसका जो नीति आयोग था वो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन होता था अगर आप देखिए इसको अगर हम इस तरह से तो जो आपका जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं और टीचर्स हैं वो सोसाइटी की प्रॉब्लम्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके और उन पे अपना डिसर्टेशन की फॉर्म में हम उनको वर्क करें और फिर जो हम वापस को रिलेटेड मिनिस्ट्रीज को अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को सेक्युलर इंस्टीट्यूशंस वो सॉल्यूशन हम प्रोवाइड करें टू द आपने इनफैक्ट हमारा मेंशन अबाउट द IDEX problems which is defense related problems which is a very classical example where the institutions can actually contribute. This is something very special और this was in the context of the research and innovation aspect. In the context of Indian knowledge system मेरा एक और aspect कहना चाहूँगा जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम जहाँ तक जो टिक मार्क करना नहीं है हमारे उसके लिए जो हमारी ट्रेन मैन पावर है वो उसमें ट्रेन के लिए होता है तो उनका ट्रेनिंग फॉर ट्रेनर्स और टाइम अप विद पीपल और इंस्टीट्यूशंस व्हिच आर स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड जिन्होंने अपना सारी जिंदगी उसमें निकाली तो जब तक हम अपनी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स उनके साथ हमारा FDP होता है FDP हमारा जैसे इन स्पिरिचुअल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ ना करें जब तक हम वो नहीं करेंगे तब तक जो एक टिक मार्क करके रह जाएगा तो वो जो अनुभूति होती है अनुभूति कभी हो पाएगी जब हम उनको टीचर्स को ऐसे लोगों के संपर्क में डाल करके कम से कम कुछ 2-3 महीने की ट्रेनिंग ना कराएं फिर वो जो वहाँ का जो एक्सपीरियंस लेकर के आएंगे तभी वो जाकर के वो ट्रांसलेट होगा यही मैं कहूँगा
Good afternoon. In multidisciplinary section, there are 4 speakers, and everywhere the multidisciplinary approach is being followed up. And primary objective of the multidisciplinary is because the student gets admission depending on their merit in the entrance examination, and sometimes it happens that he has passion for a particular branch, but because of his merit he could not get the desired branch or desired discipline, and he is forced to study something else which is not his passion. So the multidisciplinary approach help him or her to proceed for his passion. So most of the time, most of the places it is being offered, particularly in IIT Gandhinagar, it is well established, and as Dr. Nitin told us, that there is no department. Anybody can take any subject, and there is no compulsory of physics, chemistry, mathematics. They can take some subject from the basket of basic science, and they are also implementing many things related to this one. And Professor Sundar Manohar told about the need of training in semiconductor industries and in energy industries, and they are offering training, and they have trained thousands of students from various universities. And Professor C also told about the development or inculcating the critical thinking in the students. And our DQ is implementing this multidisciplinary very well, and they are also helping students to take 2 degrees simultaneously. And when if you want to further see the advantage or the importance of multidisciplinary, if we talk about the Bhagwan Krishna, he was the spiritual guru. He has verbally told the Gita to Arjuna. At the same time, he was also उनके पास बांसुरी थी, बांसुरी का आनंद लेते थे, वो डांस करना आता था। तो वो जो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी का यही है कि अगर आपको हो सकता है एक फील्ड में आपकी महारत है, दूसरी फील्ड में आपको जरूरत पड़ सकती है, कहीं भी जरूरत पड़ सकती है। और भगवान श्री कृष्ण गीता के लिए जाने जाते हैं, उसके साथ ही साथ भगवान बांसुरी के साथ भी जाने जाते हैं, मोहब्बत के लिए भी जाने जाते हैं। वैसे ही अगर अर्जुन को देखें, तीरंदाज थे, बहुत बड़े तीरंदाज थे, लेकिन उसकी एक दूसरी विधा भी उनके पास बहुत अच्छे डांसर थे, और वो डांस की जो कला थी उनको ऐसे समय में काम आई थी जो उस समय बहुत जरूरत थी। तो ये मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कौन सी कला आपको कौन सी कला कब काम आएगी कुछ पता नहीं है। लाइफ में बहुत से ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस आते हैं जो आपको कोई विधा जो बहुत पहले पढ़ी होगी वो भी याद आती है या काम आती है। तो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज काम कर रही हैं, और हमें लगता है इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा परेशानी नहीं है, थोड़ा और ओपन अप होने की जरूरत है, और हम लोग इसमें अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
नमस्कार। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में केवल SUNIT से प्रेजेंटेशन आया। SUNIT जो प्रेस्टीजियस इंस्टीट्यूट है, लेकिन क्या क्या इनिशिएटिव लिया इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में वो अच्छी तरह बताया। चाणक्य का जो है विद्या विभूषण मिले, तो लेकिन और भी यूनिवर्सिटी में कुछ न कुछ तो किया होगा। तो लेकिन एक मेरे मन में विचार आता है कि रिसर्च का भी बहुत स्कोप है, और हम सब टेक्नोलॉजी के सपोज एस्ट्रोनॉमी में हमारे ऋषि बता देते, और आज भी वो पंचांग हम जानते हैं कि ल्यूनर एक्लिप्स, सोलर एक्लिप्स कभी होगा, मूवमेंट, सब कुछ, और कई सालों का भी वो कैलकुलेट करके बताते हैं। तो एट दैट टाइम नो सच टेलीस्कोप एंड अदर थिंग, एंड हाउ दे आर सो मेथोडोलॉजी, व्हिच मेथोडोलॉजी यूज्ड बाय ऋषिज एंड अदर थिंग, how they are looking in every this knowledge system, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा। वो एरिया एक ऐसा है कि जहाँ रिसर्च का स्कोप इस टाइम इवन वो चरक में जो बताया है कि प्लांट की प्रॉपर्टी सेम प्रॉपर्टी साइंटिफिकली अभी प्रूव होती है। तो हम बीच में टेक्नोलॉजी दे डोंट हैव टेलीस्कोप, नो नेट, नो GPS, एंड हाउ दे आर डूइंग। सो रिसर्च के ऊपर थोड़ा फोकस किया जाए, ऐसा मेरा
जी आप हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में आए थे और ITS पे आपने हमें संबोधन किया था। जो भी चर्चा हुई थी कि ITS हर कोई अपने नजरिए से देखता है, अपना अलग अलग चश्मा सब लोगों ने पहन लिया है। तो देख के हम लोगों ने भंडारा ओरिएंटल इंस्टीट्यूट जो आप जानते हैं, उनके साथ 2 दिन पहले हमारी बात हो रही थी कि हमारे फॉर्मर चेयरमैन उनका ट्रस्ट और भंडारा और COE भी ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट करके इसके बाद सारे ITS कोर्सेज हमारे भंडारा के थ्रू हम लोग चलाने वाले हैं। जैसे कि कुछ जगह से मैं जहाँ पहले था जॉब में, तो हम लोगों ने अपना स्वामीनारायण PAPS IPDC कोर्स शुरू करवाया था 1 साल, तो उनसे उन्होंने आके दिया, लेकिन नेक्स्ट ईयर हमारा ही कोई टीचर खड़ा हो गया कि नहीं मैं पढ़ाऊंगा इस साल। तो ऐसी चीज़ें हो रही थी जिसमें जैसे आ रहा था कि हमारे ही लोग फिर बाद में विदाउट हैविंग डीप नॉलेज एक किताब ले ली और पढ़ाने लगे। इससे भी बहुत जगह हो रहा है। तो ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम लोग इसको कैसे सुधार पाए और सही में जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा एक्सपर्ट की बच्चों को पढ़ाए तो ही उसका जो उद्देश्य है वो सफल हो सकता है। बहुत बड़ी
धन्यवाद। तो अब थोड़ा आगे एक और सेशन है जो कल हमने किया था और जो सीताराम जी ने चेयर किया था ऑन स्किल्स एंड डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट। तो उसका भी एक संक्षिप्त मैं थोड़ा बता देती हूँ कि स्किल्स के अंदर भी काफ़ी चर्चा हुई कि किस तरह से कौन से आयाम में स्किल्स को इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए। तो अभी की बात आती है कि हैंड्स ऑन चाहिए ही चाहिए, इनोवेशन करना है। तो इन सारी चर्चाओं से एक बात तो बहुत क्लियर हो रही है कि अपने जो बास्केट्स है वो बास्केट्स ओपन अप कर देने पड़ेंगे और उन बास्केट्स के अंदर हमारे कोर्सेज जो है वो फिट हो ना हो, मगर इंडस्ट्री से जो भी जहाँ पे भी जो भी ऐसे सिस्टम्स है जहाँ स्ट्रक्चर्स है उनके जो है कोर्सेज वो बास्केट्स में डाल देने से बच्चों को सुविधा होगी। और ऐसा भी नहीं है कि सिर्फ वो बच्चे ही ये स्किल्स एक्वायर कर सकते हैं। अभी ये बात हो रही है कि ITS में भी फैकल्टी को तैयार करना चाहिए, तो ऐसी भी बास्केट्स हम डाल सकते हैं जो फैकल्टी को भी जो मैंडेटरी रहती है। So that is one thing. तो कल और स्किल्स और डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट में भी एक बहुत अगत्य इम्पोर्टेंट डिस्कशन ये हुआ कि आपको ये ABC बन गया है तो ABC के अंदर रजिस्ट्री हो गई है तो काम खत्म नहीं हुआ है। आपको इस तरह की सुविधा रखनी चाहिए जिससे बच्चे एडिशनल क्रेडिट्स भी उसमें ले सकेंगे। जहाँ से भी आपको क्रेडिट उसको दिलवानी है आप भले उसको क्यूरेट किए, मगर वो क्रेडिट्स उसके ABC में तभी आएगी जब यूनिवर्सिटी उसको ऑथेंटिकेट करेगी। तो दूसरी जगह से कहाँ से वो ये क्रेडिट्स इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं और उसकी ABC में आए। एक दूसरा ट्रांसफर, तो ये ट्रांसफर यही होगा अगर बाहर से आपने उसको अलाउ किया है तो ये ट्रांसफर हो सकता है। सो दीज आर द टू, जो कल की जो बात हुई थी वो स्किल्स एंड डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट की बात। इन जनरल अतुल भाई को थोड़ा ब्रीफ में ये कर दूँ कि there are challenges, there are good practices, there are also some very courageous initiatives which need to be taken, क्योंकि हर एक ने आगे हमें ये बताया कि यूनिवर्सिटीज के वाइस चांसलर्स की आमद यहाँ स्टेट में एज एन एजुकेशनिस्ट, एज ए एकेडमिशियन बहुत अच्छी है। तो उस गरिमा का ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म जो हमें दिया गया है उस पर रह के हमें कुछ तो क्रिएटिव नए इनिशिएटिव्स करने पड़ेंगे। नो डाउट जब नया इनिशिएटिव लेना है तो काफ़ी पॉजिटिविटी होती है, तो क्या होगा, फेलियर होगा तो क्या होगा, उस तरह की अगर बातें हैं तो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ हैंड होल्डिंग। तो जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस आज करते भी रहेंगे वो अगर शेयर करेंगे तो देयर इज टू एडवांटेजेस। नो नीड टू रीइन्वेंट द व्हील, नंबर वन। जैसे आपने अभी ये कहा कि आपने वर्कर ट्रस्ट तो बहुत काम कर रहे हैं घरों घर में, और ऐसा नहीं है कि सब यहीं पे इन पर्सन करना है, वर्चुअल भी काफ़ी IKS मिलेगा। तो हम आपकी मदद ले लेंगे वर्कर ट्रस्ट का आपसे। एग्जैक्टली, सो ये दिस वाज द पर्पस। बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, हैंड होल्डिंग, नेटवर्किंग, जहाँ पे जो स्ट्रेंथ है उस स्ट्रेंथ में जुड़ जाना, इस तरह से आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हैं। तो एक ओवरऑल निदान हमारे पास, हम ये शेयर भी कर देंगे। एक्चुअली मेरे पास आया गया दी टोटल वी हैव रिपोर्टर्स हर एक सेशन में थे, तो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस और डिस्कशन जो हुआ है वो आज ही डिजिटल शॉप में भी शेयर कर देंगे, सो दैट यू कैन ऑल। तो अभी भैया आपको मैं
माननीय कुलपति प्रोफेसर नाडर जी, विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों के सम्मानीय कुलगुरु, आचार्य बहनों, बहुत ही अच्छी एक्सरसाइज हुई है ऐसा मुझे लगता है। लेकिन फिर भी एक 10 मिनट के लिए आप लोगों ने कोई विचार किया होगा कि इसका अगला स्टेप हमारे स्टेट में, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में हम कुछ
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Gujarat. I think Gujarat, you have been torchbearer of this. So first of all, heartiest congratulations for conducting this Vice Chancellors Conclave. I think she deserves a big round of applause. Because bringing everybody under one umbrella is not a very easy task. Now coming to just my thoughts actually for the way forward. Basically the 4 topics we identified for this whole Vice Chancellors Conclave. I always believe of this. Of course, I am not talking about non-teaching staff, but then non-teaching staff also becomes. So there are 2 major pillars. We need to actually bring them virtually or physical in any form. All right, and stay connected. So I propose that on basis of this conclave, let us start the Vice Chancellors Conclave lecture series, which can be given on a thematic area. One, which you can identify which university would take over one of the themes, and it will be their responsibility, and then they will disseminate when that online 1-hour lecture or content, we bring the best of the best people, and if we give it to the students in the faculty member to attain that. Leadership definitely is going to attend, deans and everybody would attend, but this would give us and create a portal where all these resources are available, so that anytime, anywhere, people can have an access to it. Okay, so I think I would request, you take the lead. You have been always the game changer. So I would request that let the GTU take the lead of setting up, because you will be able to cater to large number of students. Because today, whatever the number of Vice Chancellors and directors are, there are many out there. So let us create that, and we can bring everybody on board in some way. That would be good. So that's the only suggestion.
मेरा एक सुझाव है, उस पर आप रीड कर सकते तो बताइए। ये एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हो गया, लेकिन इतना बड़ा देश सब लोग नहीं आ सकते, कोई व्यवस्था होगी, कोई रीजन कारण हो सकते हैं। तो इसका नेक्स्ट स्टेप हम क्या कर सकते हैं? तो मैं 2 सुझाव दे रहा हूँ, उस पर आप बताइए कि क्या जोन अनुसार हम ऐसा कॉन्फ्रेंस कर सकते हैं, और अपने मतलब कौन तैयार है जोन लेवल पर करने के लिए, या दूसरा ऑल्टरनेटिव है कि स्टेट लेवल पर कर सकते हैं। तो वहाँ सब वाइस चांसलर का कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं होगा, वहाँ जो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है, इंस्टीट्यूट है या इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट है, जहाँ वहाँ से उनके डीन है, सीनियर प्रोफेसर है, इस प्रकार के लोग वहाँ से आएंगे। तो एक तो नीचे तक इसको फिर ले जाने में सक्सेस हो गए, क्योंकि एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंट का काम तो ज़्यादा वही करते हैं। तो इस 2 में से क्या विकल्प आपको लगता है, और विकल्प जो लगता है सुझाव, और हम लोग कोई करने के लिए तैयार है? जैसे राजू जी ने यहाँ नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइज किया, तो इस
प्रकार अब जोन लेवल या स्टेट लेवल पर ऐसा करने चाहिए क्या, ये पहला, और चाहिए तो कौन करने के लिए तैयार है, ये भी बता रहे हैं तो बता सकते आप बताएं आप।
ये तो आपका काफी अच्छा सुझाव है।
पहले इंट्रोडक्शन दीजिए।
शशि कुमार धुना, हिमाचल प्रदेश तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय हमीरपुर। अच्छा सुझाव है, क्योंकि हाल में हमने एक इसी टाइप का कॉन्फ्रेंस यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन वैल्यूज के लिए तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय में किया, माननीय राज्यपाल जी भी उसमें आए। हिमाचल स्टेट के सभी वाइस चांसलर जो पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटीज और प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज और जितने हमारे संबंधित कॉलेज हैं उनके प्रिंसिपल्स और चेयरमैन सभी को बुलाया था। तो लगभग 60 से लेकर 70 लोग आए पूरा दिन रहे, और एक बड़ा फ्रूटफुल डिस्कशन हो इसी विषय यूनिवर्सिटी में। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की भी ऐसी सीरीज तो मैं तो कर सकता हूँ अपने स्टेट में, क्योंकि आई हैव ऑलरेडी डन दिस अ वेरी गुड मॉडल एंड वी हैड वेरी नाइस डिस्कशन, वेरी एवरीबॉडी एग्री एट द डे। तो ऐसा करना बहुत उचित सबको भी रहेगा, क्योंकि मेरा छोटा स्टेट है तो एक दिन में सारा कुछ हो गया। कहीं पर बड़े स्टेट में हो सकता है कि आपको यूनिवर्सिटीज भी ज़्यादा हैं, कॉलेजेस भी ज़्यादा हैं, तो ज़्यादा लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करना पड़ेगा।
आपका स्टेट छोटा है लेकिन अंतर बहुत ज़्यादा है। एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान पहुंचना है तो कई बार 12 घंटे लग जाते हैं।
हाँ बिल्कुल, ऑपरेशन के साइज से बहुत छोटा
भी बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा। अच्छा है, बहुत
हाँ बिल्कुल। तो हम लोगों को तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय के साथ दूसरे एग्रीकल्चर के, वेटरनरी, मेडिकल साइंस के, टेक्निक सभी को जोड़ना है एक विषयों के लिए, वो ज़्यादा जरूरी है।
और नहीं आपके मंत्री जी भी पौंडीचेरी आए थे, क्या किया था? सिंह रावत क्या टेक्निकल दोनों को जोड़कर कर सकते हैं। सिंह रावत की कोऑर्डिनेट कर लेंगे, बात करें। हाँ इनका आई जैसा आपका आपका थीम क्या रहेगा? इसमें मैं कल मैंने बताया था कि एक टेक्निकल विषय है, उस पर आवश्यक कर सकते हैं, भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम पर कर सकते हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, वोकेशनलाइजेशन, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च, ये एक ग्रुप बनता है। तो ऐसे कोई डिसाइड करना है वो भी कर सकते हैं। ओके करेक्ट।
Sir, my name is Singaya. I am from Assam. I am working there, but I am from Andhra Pradesh.
कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी से आप?
मेरा नाम सतीश सावल है, राज्य विश्वविद्यालय, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी, Gujarat, here Gujarat. Sir, actually I have been there for around 30 years. I have seen and I was also in Nihu around 20 years. So we have been seeing that the involvement of students and faculty, social society in implementation of NEP, so voluntarily they are not involved. There is resistance somehow, self-taught, but it should not be like that. So what I am just thinking, I will take initiative to organize a workshop for 2 or 3 days on post design and development, challenges and issues from NEP practices and implementation. There, we would like to involve the students, we would like to involve the teachers, we would like to specialists and society enlightened people. So there we will try to discuss the basic philosophy, how they want to learn, methodologies. That is moreover indigenous knowledge from northeast is a treasury of Related to agriculture, related to आपको you know everything.
नहीं अभी भी चेरापूंजी जाकर आया हूँ, चेरापूंजी दोनों जाकर आया हूँ। चेरापूंजी में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था NIT, नेशनल बिल्डिंग हुआ ना उसका।
I was supposed to come sir, I came here.
आपका यूनिवर्सिटी कहाँ है exactly?
Golaghat sir, Golaghat.
Golaghat.
Near Kaziranga and Jorhat.
Jorhat.
So we do sir. But my request is that थोड़ा financial problem, if you could get some money.
नहीं, आप जहाँ जहाँ प्रोग्राम अभी कह रहे हैं, सुरेश जी एक बार नोट करिए, मैं परिचय करा देता हूँ। श्री सुरेश गुप्ता जी, हमारे ऑल इंडिया ट्रेजरर है, भारतीय कोषाध्यक्ष है, और पूरे थ्रू कंट्री टूर करते हैं। तो वो आप सबसे कोऑर्डिनेट इनसे अभी आप कर लीजिए, तो आपको वहाँ का एक नाम दे देंगे वो। तो उनसे कोऑर्डिनेट करके हम भी उनसे बात कर लेंगे। तो हमारे जोनल या तो स्टेट के जो वहाँ के कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं, वो आपसे हेल्प करेंगे साथ। चाहे तो मिलकर जैसे यहाँ कार्यक्रम के ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं, जैसे आपको ठीक लगे। अदरवाइज भी आपको वो हेल्प करेंगे।
थैंक यू।
तो बहुत अच्छा है। तो मेरा सुझाव ये है कि हर यूनिवर्सिटी को एक प्रोग्राम ऐसा लेना चाहिए। आप सोचिए, अभी एकदम कई बार आप एक नहीं कर सकते, वहाँ जाकर डिसाइड कर सकते हैं, तो अच्छा होगा। क्योंकि ये NEP अभी जो NEP का चर्चा डिस्कशन जो है वो सिटी तक सीमित है, और यूनिवर्सिटी और स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, NIT, सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट, वहाँ तक लिमिटेड अभी है। कॉलेज, स्कूल, विलेजेस, तहसील प्लेस, वहाँ अभी पॉलिसी पहुँची नहीं है। इसलिए हमने लोअर लेवल पर जाना पड़ेगा, और हम हायर एजुकेशन के लोग हैं, चाहे वाइस चांसलर, डायरेक्टर हो, जो भी हो, तो उन एरियाज में, उन स्टेट में लीड करने का काम हमारा है। वी आर ए लीडर। तो क्योंकि ये देश भी मानता है, सरकार भी मानती है, जैसे NCERT स्कूल लेवल का इंस्टीट्यूट है वैसे, लेकिन NCERT का करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क की कमेटी बनती है, चेयरमैन हायर एजुकेशन वाले ही होते हैं हमेशा। तो इसलिए हायर एजुकेशन वाले को लीड करने का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नेचुरल है, और हमारे पास पॉसिबिलिटी है क्योंकि हमारे ऑटोनॉमी है। स्कूल वाले, कॉलेज वाले, उनको ऑटोनॉमी नहीं है इस प्रकार की, फाइनेंस नहीं होता है, बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम होती है। हमारे पास तो लगभग सारी बातें है, और फाइनेंस करने वाले बहुत है, ICSSR है, कई संस्था है, करते हैं फाइनेंस। तो इसलिए इस दिशा में थोड़ा हम लोगों ने सबने मिलकर प्लान करना चाहिए कि हमारे एरिया में लोअर लेवल तक पॉलिसी कैसे पहुंचे, और जहाँ जहाँ ये प्लान करेंगे वहाँ शिक्षा संस्थान आपके साथ सहयोगी में खड़ा रहेगा हमेशा। तो ये हम मिलकर एक प्लान करना चाहिए। अभी भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम का प्रेजेंटेशन और चला, तो मैं प्रोफेसर रवि प्रकाश जी को अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम शब्द का उपयोग किया, बहुत अच्छा। धन्यवाद। तो इंडियन बोलते तो सिर्फ भारत ही बोल जाते थे, मैं भी शुरू में ऐसे ही करता था, क्योंकि ट्रैक एकदम बदलना इजी नहीं है। तो स्कूल बोल देता, फिर विद्यालय बोल देता साथ में, ऐसे करते करते धीरे धीरे प्रैक्टिस हो गई। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग सब कर सकते हैं इसको आगे बढ़ा। जैसे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, ज्ञान शब्द, तो इंग्लिश में नॉलेज और विजडम दो अलग अलग शब्द है। ये नॉलेज और विजडम दोनों शब्द मिलाकर ही ज्ञान शब्द बनता है। हमारे यहाँ ज्ञानी उसको ही माना जाता है कि जो जिनके पास एक्सपीरियंस बेस्ड नॉलेज है, उसी को ही ज्ञानी माना गया भारत में। तो ये भाषा के कारण कई बार ये सब समस्या आती है। और जो इनोवेशन की बात है, तो बहुत सारे इनोवेशन होते हैं। और देखो हमारे सिस्टम क्या है, जो टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में अभी फिगर अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं फिगर नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। लेकिन कोई लोग कहते हैं, कई एजेंसी के सर्वे रिपोर्ट है कि भारत में जितने इंजीनियर निकल रहे हैं उसमें से 60%, कोई 70%, कोई 75% रहते हैं, वो कुछ काम के नहीं है। मैनेजमेंट ग्रेजुएट के बारे में ये बात है। तो क्यों है ऐसा? तो एक एनआईटी के डायरेक्टर हमारा एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने किया था दिल्ली में, डीटीयू में किया था। ये बात हो गई 6-7 महीने की, तो आप वहाँ नहीं थे। तो वहाँ एक डायरेक्टर आए थे एनआईटी का, उन्होंने लेक्चर में कहा कि मैं इंडस्ट्री में शुरू में वो आईआईटी में बीटेक, एमटेक, पीएचडी सब किया था और फिर इंडस्ट्रीज में जॉब के लिए गया था। तो अभी आप में से ही शायद आप किसको शायद आपने कहा। तो उन्होंने कहा कि एक 15 दिन के बाद मुझे मैनेजर बुलाया और उन्होंने कहा कि आपने जो कुछ सीखा है ना उसको भी एक तरफ रख दो, पहले यहाँ प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग लो फिर काम करो। तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे इतना झटका लग गया कि मेरे माँ बाप से लाखों रुपए खर्च किए, सरकार ने मेरे लिए करोड़ों रुपए खर्च किए, मैंने जिंदगी के 20-22 साल 25 साल खर्च कर दिए और ये कहीं कुछ काम का नहीं है। क्यों नहीं है? तो एक्सपीरियंस बेस्ड नॉलेज ये प्रॉब्लम हमारे सिस्टम का है और वो एनईपी में बहुत आइडेंटिफाई को स्पेसिफिक किया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस दिशा में कुछ प्रैक्टिकलिटी कैसा है, इंडस्ट्रीज और इंस्टीट्यूट का कोऑपरेशन हो और उस पर काम हो, ये तो है ही, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है। जैसे स्वामी विवेकानंद विश्वविद्यालय है सागर में, मध्य प्रदेश, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी है, तो वहाँ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का कोर्स है। हमारा 7 साल से उनके साथ एमओयू है। तो वो आसपास के गांव पर उन्होंने बोर्ड लगाया है कि कोई भी आपसे इस प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम खड़ी होती है तो आप हमको फोन करिए, आपको हम सहयोग कर मदद करेंगे। जैसे ही फोन आता है ऐसे एक प्रोफेसर और 8-10 बच्चे गाड़ी लेकर जाते हैं और वहाँ जो प्रॉब्लम है उसको जितना उनकी कैपेसिटी उसको सॉल्यूशन करके आते हैं। एक पैसा किसी से मांगते नहीं, एक पैसा कभी लेते नहीं। अभी देखिए एक छोटा सा एक्सपेरिमेंट, कितनी बातें उसमें होती है कि उस बच्चों के पास एक्सपेरिमेंट बेस्ड नॉलेज हो। वहाँ कोई भी प्रोग्राम होता है ना हमारा, यानी किसी का वहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रोग्राम, तो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के बच्चे हमेशा कुछ न कुछ प्रैक्टिकल दिखाते हो कि आग लगी है तो उसको कैसे बुझानी है, और ऐसे बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट उनके पास है। तो इस प्रकार का प्रैक्टिकलिटी, तो एक्सपीरियंस बेस्ड नॉलेज है उसके पास। उस बच्चे को वैल्यू एजुकेशन सिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो अभी वैल्यू एजुकेशन जैसा काम कर रहे हैं कि जहाँ काम करने जाते थे एक पैसा लेते नहीं, मांगते नहीं। कि गांव गरीब के पीड़ित लोगों को सहयोग करना हमारा दायित्व है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यही वैल्यू एजुकेशन और क्या वैल्यू एजुकेशन, वो भी उनमें हो जाता है। विलेजेस में या ऐसे जगह पर काम करने का अनुभव आज सिटी का जो विलेज में रहता है वो विलेज जाना नहीं चाहता है रिटर्न, ये बच्चे विलेज में जाते हैं। तो ऐसा बहुत सारी बातें एक प्रैक्टिकल में हो जाती है। तो इस प्रकार की कुछ प्रैक्टिकलिटी कैसे लाना है एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, और ये इनोवेशन है। तो इस पर मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। IIIT हैदराबाद में राजीव सिंगल, प्रोफेसर राजीव सिंगल वहाँ डायरेक्टर थे। ये बात है 2011 आसपास की बात है शायद, 11 में। तो हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस में साथ में थे हम, फिर साथ मिलकर पीटीओ में हमने कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था पंजाब में। तो मुझे कहा कि आप एक दिन हमारे गेस्ट बनिए, IIIT में आइए। तो फिर मैं गया एक बार, तो पूरा दिन उन्होंने एक प्रोफेसर अपॉइंट किया था और मुझे क्या क्या इनोवेशन वहाँ हो रहा है सब दिखाया। तो सिर्फ इस प्रकार जैसे छोटी-छोटी वहाँ 3 मेस थी हॉस्टल, तो एक मेस थी उसको रन करने का काम स्टूडेंट्स करते थे, और उस मेस में सबसे फूड बिल कम था। उस मेस में सबसे अच्छा हाइजीनिक भोजन मिलता था, और वहाँ नीचे बैठकर भारतीय पद्धति से भोजन करने की सिस्टम थी, और उस मेस के कर्मचारियों को सबसे ज्यादा सैलरी मिलता था किलो, और उसको रन कौन करते थे? तो वहाँ हेल्थ सेंटर था, वहाँ हेल्थ सेंटर में भी यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोजेक्ट था, सिर्फ एलोपैथी नहीं था, आयुर्वेद था, नेचुरोपैथी था, योग थेरेपी था, सब था। तो इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट उन्होंने दिखाया है। तो इनोवेशन इस प्रकार का अनेक प्रकार का कर सकते हैं। ऐसा अभी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी छत्तीसगढ़ है, वहाँ भी 2 साल से हमारा एमओयू है। तो वहाँ अभी बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट किए। वो कह रहे उनके वाइस चांसलर कि हमारे 35 से 40% स्टूडेंट ये स्वावलंबी है। कुछ स्टूडेंट तो उन्होंने कहा कि महीने में 1-1 लाख रुपया कमाते स्टार्टअप शुरू कर दिया है। तो मैंने कहा प्लान करिए कि अगले 3 साल में हमारे 100% स्टूडेंट्स स्वावलंबी हो जाए, घर से पैसा नहीं मंगा रहा है। वहाँ बेकरी भी है उनकी यूनिवर्सिटी में, जैसे कई प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुए। और वो कि यूनिवर्सिटी को भी स्वावलंबी बनाना है कि ऐसी सारी वस्तुएं है बाहर से नहीं आनी चाहिए, यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोडक्शन है। और स्टूडेंट्स उसको एज ए स्टार्टअप के रूप में, बिजनेस के रूप में, प्रैक्टिस के रूप में, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ हो जाएगा। ऐसा एक प्रोजेक्ट वहाँ शुरू किया कि मैं शुरू जाता तो वहाँ देखा कि ट्राइबल स्टूडेंट्स वहाँ बहुत हैं, तो अप डाउन करते हैं। तो मैंने स्टूडेंट्स को पूछा कि लंच के बारे में क्या आप करते हैं, क्योंकि मॉर्निंग में निकलते हैं, इवनिंग को घर पहुँचते हैं। तो कुछ 2-3 स्टूडेंट ने तो कुछ आंसर दे दिया। फिर कुछ स्टूडेंट बताया कि हम कुछ चाय बिस्किट खा लेते हैं, ऐसे कुछ जगह ब्रेड वगैरह खा लेते हैं। तो मैंने कहा ये इनका प्रॉब्लम है। तो फिर हमने प्लान किया वाइस चांसलर के साथ मिलकर कि वहाँ एक स्वाभिमान थाली ऐसा 2020 15 अगस्त को प्रारंभ किया। और 10 रुपये में भोजन मिलता है, ओनली 10 रुपीज लंच। 200 स्टूडेंट्स से स्टार्ट हुआ, तभी 1000 स्टूडेंट्स वहाँ लंच कर रहे हैं। और प्रोफेसर भी कई बार घर से नहीं लाते हैं, तो वहाँ भोजन कर जाते हैं, इतना अच्छा भोजन है। तो मैंने ऐसे ही प्रोफेसर मैंने कहा आप भी 10 रुपीज भोजन करते हैं क्या? तो कहा रिसिप्ट तो 10 रुपीज की है और है ही नहीं, लेकिन हमने एक दान पेटी रखी है, उसमें फिर हम 100-200 जो भी डालना है डाल देते हैं। और उनके पास लगभग एक कहते हैं उनके वाइस चांसलर कि आगे 2 साल तक ये सेंटर चलता रहे, इतना पैसा उनकी बैंक में पड़ा है। और 1 पैसा यूनिवर्सिटी ने नहीं दिया। मैं बैठा था तो 2 डॉक्टर आए वहां मिलने और 51,000 देकर गए। वहां के जो वेजिटेबल यूनियन है उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको सब्जियां फ्री में देंगे, कुछ लोगों ने कहा गेहूं दे देंगे आपको, ऐसे सब लोग दे रहे हैं। और अभी 3rd प्रोजेक्ट 26 जनवरी को वहां स्टार्ट किया ऐसा कि वहां के स्टूडेंट्स काफी पुअर स्टूडेंट्स हैं कि कोई भी बच्चा पैसे के कारण इनकी पढ़ाई पर कोई इफेक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए। तो मैं स्टार्ट के जैसे सीएम फंड होता है, सीएम फंड होता है, ऐसे वाइस चांसलर फंड बाहर किया और अभी उनमें 60 लाख रुपीस है और कई स्टूडेंट्स के एप्लीकेशन भी आ रहे हैं और सुदामा योजना उसका नाम दिया है। तो इस प्रकार के इनोवेशन जो स्टूडेंट्स फ्रेंडली सिस्टम होना चाहिए, पॉलिसी होती है, इस प्रकार के कई प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग चालू कर सकते हैं। स्किल के बारे में जो बात आई, मैंने कल थोड़ा शॉर्ट में कहा था स्किल पे, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली उसका क्या है कि जैसे लोकल नीड है, तो जापुआ का मैंने एग्जाम्पल दिया था, तो वहाँ ट्राइबल लोग गुड़िया बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, लेकिन उसका कोई मार्केट नहीं मिलता था, सेलिंग कुछ नहीं होता था, तो फिर धीरे धीरे वो कला उनकी कम हो रही थी, मृतपाय हो रही थी। तो स्कूल ने स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम के अंतर्गत उसको इंट्रोड्यूस किया और टीचिंग के लिए कौन आते हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग के लिए, बिल्कुल गांव के अनपढ़ व्यक्ति, पति पत्नी है वो आते हैं, बिल्कुल बहुत गरीब है, और वो सिखाने लगे और बच्चे सीखने लगे और ऑनलाइन मार्केटिंग शुरू किया स्कूल ने। तो 1000, 1200, 1500 रुपीज एक गुड़िया के मिलने लगे और वो पति पत्नी बहुत आनंद है क्योंकि उनके ट्राइबल, वो भी ट्राइबल है तो उनके ट्राइबल बच्चे और बाकी बच्चे, जिससे ये कला आर्ट जीवित हो रही है और पेमेंट भी उनको स्कूल देता है। और आपको आनंद होगा कि 26 जनवरी को दोनों पति पत्नी को पद्मश्री अवार्ड भारत सरकार ने दिया। जिन्होंने कभी ट्रेन नहीं देखी थी उस पति पत्नी ने, वो इंदौर से फ्लाइट में बैठ कर दीजिएगा। तो ये सब इनोवेशन है। सागर विवेकानंद यूनिवर्सिटी ने कोरोना में शुरू किया तो 2000 महिलाओं को, वुमेन को ट्रेनिंग दिया उन्होंने स्किल का, और कई इसमें पूरा वो बाजार लगाते थे उस समय सेलिंग के लिए भी। तो एक बार ऐसे मेला जैसा लगाया था तो इनका इनोवेशन के लिए वहाँ के डीएम आए थे, तो वहाँ की महिला प्रोफेसर है, वो एक्सपर्ट है इस कि बेस्ट से बेस्ट कपड़े कैसे बनाना, जो वेस्ट कपड़े फटे हुए वगैरह उनसे नया कपड़ा बना देती है। तो वो उस स्टोर से कलेक्टर उनकी पत्नी और बेटी के लिए कपड़ा लेकर, और फिर उन्होंने कहा इनको तो हम लोन दिला सकते हैं, तो लगभग 100 से 110 महिलाओं को लोन दिलवाया, और कुछ महिलाएं उसमें अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर दिया। तो एक जगह में देखने भी गया, तो इन्होंने किराए पर लिया था फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर, और ये बेस्ट कपड़े का बिजनेस कर रही थी। उन्होंने 10 महिलाओं को फिर जॉब दिया, तो जॉब क्रिएटर बने गए हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री। ये वहां प्रैक्टिकल देखने, तो इस प्रकार के स्किल डेवलपमेंट का बातें होनी चाहिए। और लास्टली जो भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम की हम बात करते हैं, तो भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम को एक सब्जेक्ट, भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम को एक टीचर के 2-4 टीचर्स के लिए नहीं है कि भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम किसी एक संस्था को अपने ऑर्डर दे दिया कि आप यहाँ इंप्लीमेंट करो, इससे नहीं होगा। हर सब्जेक्ट में भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम सेपरेट है, और हमारे सारे टीचर्स को इसका नॉलेज नहीं है, तो धीरे धीरे गेन करना है, तभी ओरिजिनल सिस्टम में आएगा, किसी को ऑर्डर देने से नहीं होगा। आज हमारे अधिकतर फैकल्टी क्या है, हमको तैयार करके दे दीजिए, हम इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे, तो उससे सिस्टम में वो बातें नहीं होगी। सिस्टम में बात हो तो सभी विषय में उसको कैसे इंकलकेट करना है, एवरी सब्जेक्ट इस पर काम करना है, तभी तो वास्तव में भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम इंकलकेट होगा। अदरवाइज जैसे मैनेजमेंट की बात करें तो गीता एंड मैनेजमेंट, रामायण का प्रबंधन, शिवाजी का मैनेजमेंट, रामदास जी का मैनेजमेंट, चाणक्य का मैनेजमेंट, ऐसी बहुत सारी थाउजेंड ऑफ बुक्स है मार्केट में। लेकिन आज के MBA के सिलेबस में वो इनकलकेट नहीं किसी यूनिवर्सिटी ने किया है, क्या IIM ने किया है क्या, तो आंसर नो में ही आएगा। जब तक वो काम नहीं करेंगे समय लगेगा, लेकिन वो काम करना चाहिए। कल मैंने बताया था कि जिसको चाहिए वो मुझे व्हाट्सएप रिक्वेस्ट भेजे तो सबको भेजूंगा, तो मुझे 7 लोगों का व्हाट्सएप आया था, मैंने 7 लोगों को भेज दिया था। लेकिन क्षमा करिए, आप लोग काफी बड़े लोग हैं तो रिक्वेस्ट भेजना थोड़ा मुश्किल लगता होगा कई लोगों को, इसलिए मैंने राजू जी को रिक्वेस्ट किया कि सबको 8 कॉपी दे सकते हैं, दीजिए, तो आपको अभी देंगे सबको 8। तो ये भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम और संपूर्ण भारतीयता लाना है, जो पॉलिसी ने कहा है, पॉलिसी का इंट्रोडक्शन है, उसका लास्ट पैरा जो है उसमें एक वो पॉलिसी है, तो 9 लाइन का पैरा है मेरी, तो उसको मैं 1 लाइन में कहता हूँ हमेशा कि उसका जो एम है ये कहा है कि इस शिक्षा नीति का उद्देश्य ऐसे नागरिक को निर्माण करना है जो विचार से, आइडियोलॉजी से यानी बौद्धिकता से, इंटेलेक्चुअली और कार्य व्यवहार से, वर्किंग सिस्टम से वो भारतीय बने। तो ये एक है, तो इसलिए भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम एक सिलेबस को इंट्रोड्यूस करना है तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, बाकी सारे रिसर्च में भारतीयता कैसे लाना है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भारतीयता कैसे लाना है, मैनेजमेंट में भारतीयता कैसे लाना है, टोटल इंस्टीट्यूशन के परिवेश में भारतीयता कैसे लाना है, एग्जामिनेशन यूनिवर्सिटी में भारतीयता कैसे लाना है, यूनिटी को कैसे इंकलकेट करना है, वैल्यूज को कैसे इंकलकेट करना है, होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट और कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग को कैसे इंकलकेट करना है, ये सारा विषय भारतीयता है। तो भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम इंट्रोड्यूस करना क्या है कि कुल मिलाकर हम फिर से भारतीयता की दिशा में आगे बढ़े। ये काम होना चाहिए था 47 में आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस में, ये लेकिन नहीं हुआ। और देश में फिर से भारतीयता को रीएस्टैब्लिश करना है तो उसका बेस एजुकेशन। जब वो आज का इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़कर बनेगा तो वो इकोनॉमिस्ट ऐसा ही बनेगा, वो भारतीयता देखने वाला इकोनॉमिक्स नहीं बनेगा। ज्यादा से ज्यादा खर्च करो तो इकोनॉमी आगे बढ़ेगी, ये कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा। क्रेडिट कार्ड से भी खरीद करो, लोन लेकर भी खरीद करो, ये भारतीय सिस्टम। तो और इसका रिजल्ट कितना, जब 7-8-9 में 2007-8-9 में पूरे वर्ल्ड में रिसेशन हुआ था, मंदी आई थी, तो अमेरिका में 140 से ज्यादा बैंक क्लोज हो गए, भारत में एक भी बैंक बंद नहीं हुआ। ड्यू टू हमारा जो सेविंग का नेचर है, ये रिसेशन था। कल एक राजस्थान पत्रिका हिंदी निकल उसमें आर्टिकल्स आया है इस पर कि ये मेन रीजन है और वो हमारा सेविंग का नेचर कम होता जा रहा है, इसका बहुत बड़े प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो रहा है। तो ये भारतीय इकोनॉमी ऐसी छोटी छोटी बात है। तो इस दृष्टि से टोटलिटी में भारतीयता रीएस्टैब्लिश करना है थ्रू आउट कंट्री, तो ये टोटलिटी में हमने सोचना है कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी वहाँ एंटर करते ही लोगों को लगता है कि हाँ हम वही पुराने भारत का आगे हैं। जो भारतीयता का मुझे जर्नलिस्ट ने क्वेश्चन किया, तो इनको क्या भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम और लंबा लंबा थोड़ा बता सकते? तो मैंने कहा भारतीयता की 2 बातें कि जो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के अनुकूल है, हेल्थ फ्रेंडली है और एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली है, ये भारतीयता है। बस सिंपली कहना है तो कोई भी बात हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए अनुकूल है और हमारे पर्यावरण परिवेश के लिए अनुकूल है, वो भारतीयता है। तो इस दृष्टि से ये जो विषय है उसको मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि उसको टोटलिटी में देखिए, नहीं तो एक सब्जेक्ट में रूप में लेंगे तो वो फिर होगा नहीं, और 5 साल के बाद छोटा सा एक क्रेडिट कोर्स, डेबिट कोर्स बनकर रह जाएगा और वास्तव में कोई बदलाव नहीं। इस दृष्टि से आप सब ध्यान करें, इतनी प्रार्थना है। और फिर से आप सभी को और राजू जी को, GTU के सारे परिवार को बहुत बहुत इस आयोजन के लिए अभिनंदन, धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपके मार्गदर्शन में निश्चित ही एक नई दिशा और नई सोच मिली है। भगवत गीता में एक बहुत अच्छी बात बताई है, प्रेरणा का सबसे बड़ा स्रोत आपके अपने विचार हैं, इसलिए बड़ा सोचें और खुद को जीतने के लिए हमेशा प्रेरित करें। अब आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर वैभव भट्ट, प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर स्कूल ऑफ अप्लाइड साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, गुजरात टेक्नोलॉजिकल यूनिवर्सिटी, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव लेके आए। प्लीज सर।
सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। AICT शिक्षा संस्कृति उपन्यास और गुजरात सरकार के सहयोग से गुजरात तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित इस अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों का मैं गुजरात तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। मैं श्री अतुल भाई कोठारी जी, राष्ट्रीय सचिव शिक्षा संस्कृति उपन्यास, प्रोफेसर TG सीताराम जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष AICTE, श्रीमती सुनैना तोमर, श्री BN पानी, श्रीमती अनीता करवाल जी, गुजरात सरकार के प्रतिनिधि, डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल, सेक्रेटरी जनरल AIU और सभी माननीय कुलपतियों और विभिन्न संगठनों के निदेशकों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। जिन्होंने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम से समय निकालकर इस अवसर पर अपनी उपस्थिति से इस समारोह की शोभा बढ़ाई। मैं हमारे माननीय कुलपति डॉक्टर राजू गदेर जी, बीओजी मेंबर्स, रजिस्ट्रार महोदय और एकेडमिक काउंसिल के सदस्यों का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मैं आमंत्रित अतिथियों, डीन, पीजी स्कूल के निदेशकों, मीडिया प्रतिनिधि, आयोजन समिति के सदस्यों, जीटीयू कर्मचारी और छात्र स्वयंसेवकों के प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। अंत में मैं इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से शामिल होने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का हृदय की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद करती हूँ। अंत में मैं कहना चाहूंगी, यही जज्बा रहे तो मुश्किलों का हल भी निकलेगा। यही जज्बा रहे तो मुश्किलों का हल भी निकलेगा। जमीन बंजर हुई तो क्या हुआ, कहीं से जल भी निकलेगा। इसी सुंदर से सुविचार के साथ ऑल इंडिया टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी वाइस चांसलर कॉन्क्लेव का समापन करते हैं। धन्यवाद। मैं सभी से निवेदन करूंगी, नेशनल एंथम के लिए प्लीज।
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय।
भारत माता की
जय।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you.